game is just tremendous. I mean, Pliskova is all about the power, right? It's the big serve. She can crush the balls from the baseline. For Barty, it's the all-around game, including the serve, and she's gotten a lot of returns in play. This forward, in fact, the most of any women's player who's, I believe, played more than one match. So that's going to be a nice contrast. Can she repel that big serve of Pliskova? I think she will be able to.
And about Pliskova then, how much can a slam leave a legacy for a player?
Oh, huge, huge. I mean, especially at Wimbledon, right? I mean, I think for the casual sports fan, they'll know Wimbledon. They may not necessarily know the other tournaments, but they can associate with Wimbledon because of the place, the history, the green, etc. So if she was able to win Wimbledon, I mean, I think players have their favorite slams, but maybe they'd say, okay, I'd love to win Wimbledon. And for her to do it, let's say, on the back of Petra Kvitova, who's won a couple of titles, it would be absolutely monumental for her career. And I think it could get her to a different plane in her career, because I think for her, who's somebody who's had so much success outside the slams, if she wins one, the belief she would take going to the next majors, it could be infinite, what she could do. And
I've got to ask you and put you on the spot now, who do you think's going to win?
I'm going to go with Barty. I'm going to go with Barty in a couple of sets. I think the returns, it's something she's so good at. I mentioned that she's getting a lot of them back in play. I think she'll be able to make Pliskova work harder for her points, get those balls in play more, while also getting free points on her own serve. So I don't think it's going to be a case of Barty really, struggling potentially on her own serve, because she can get those free points, and she can also mix a lot more than Aryna Sabalenka in the semifinal. She has that lovely backhand slice, the great touch. She'll throw in some drop shots. So I think she'll find ways to unsettle and destabilize Pliskova. That's how I see it.
Great, fantastic analysis, Ravi. Thanks so much for your insight, and enjoy the match.
Pleasure, thank you.
I mean, it's basically Australia Day here, isn't it? We've got Dylan Alcott on court number 3 and Ash Barty on centre. Lots of Australians, of course, out in force. Here we go. Guys, you've all come from watching Dylan Alcott win. What did you make of him today?
We love Dylan, and we're so pleased to be here to see him and for him to win.
What a legend.
And have you guys been to Wimbledon before?
Only in 2019.
First time. It's a dream come true to be here, actually.
How have you found your first time?
I'm loving it. Having a great time, mate. Yeah, it's sensational.
What's been your favourite part so far?
Dylan Alcott just winning then. This is great. And now we're going to go to the Barty party.
Absolutely. Talk to me about Ash Barty. How popular is she back home?
She's just amazing. She's such a credit, and the best things about what makes Australian tennis, and we're so happy to see her succeed, and to have an opportunity to see her play her first Wimbledon final is just so special.
Have you seen her here before?
Not at Wimbledon, no.
So what's your favourite thing about her? What makes her so special?
She's so down to earth and hardworking, and she's a massive Tigers fan, so that is my favourite thing about Ash.
What do you think it'll mean to her? Because she's wearing, obviously, a dress inspired by Yvonne Goolagong, 50 years since she won her first Wimbledon title. What does that mean to people back home?
It's really special, and there's been a lot of press this week about how she'll be the first Indigenous woman to be a tennis player at the Olympics, and so it's just beautiful that she's able to be such a proud Indigenous woman on the global stage.
Obviously, you guys are all over here, but back home, what's the atmosphere going to be like? It's early hours of Sunday, right? By the time the match starts.
Everyone's staying up. People will be up,
Everybody's staying up. Hi, Mum and Dad.
Can we give a shout out? Hi, Mum and Dad. How are you?
Absolutely.
It's been so long since everyone's been home.
Yeah, we're having a great time. One day the borders will be open again.
Hello, Australia.
Look, before I let you go, because obviously you need to get into centre court, if I gave you the opportunity now to give Ash a final team talk to cheer her up before she walks out today, what would you say to her?
Come on, Ash.
Fantastic, guys. Enjoy your day. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
Danny with some Australian fans there of Ash Barty attending the Barty party at the moment. That was a little earlier. They will now be very happy, I would imagine. A few more drinks might have been taken, because Ash Barty, the world #1, has taken the first set 6-3 against Karolina Pliskova, and the second set she is 3-2 up and serving. So the Barty party definitely happening at the moment.
Yeah, clearly Ash Barty was able to hear that rallying cry from the fans there with Danny. Well, let's get the Aussie perspective on how she's doing with Steph Brantz once again, tennis journalist down there in Australia. Steph, you've got a big smile on your face. I'm sure you're very happy with what you've seen so far from Ash.
I certainly have. Adam and Kathy, can I tell you how jealous I am of those Australian fans that are actually on site at Wimbledon? They are so lucky to be having this day out there today. Ash has started brilliantly, as we thought she would. And as they said, the entire country is riding every shot with her. I feel really sorry for a guy called Ben O'Connor. He's a lad who had a stage win in the Tour de France yesterday, and absolutely no one is talking about it because everyone is dialed in to the Barty party. She is the sweetheart of the country. It's the end of NAIDOC week here, which is a week which celebrates and raises awareness around Indigenous people and cultures. And what better way to raise awareness than to have one of your descendants of the first Australians, the current national Indigenous tennis ambassador for Tennis Australia, on centre court at Wimbledon. Her father, Robert, of course, comes from the Naragu people, and her mother, Josie, well, her parents are English, so it's something for all of us today, guys.
Yeah, it's a fascinating background. It's also really interesting with the Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley connection, her mentor, her friend. We've just watched a little video of Ash Barty narrating what it means to her to have somebody like that to talk to and to get advice from. What has the reception been like in terms of the newspapers over there, Steph? Because we know that, as you're saying, she's obviously very popular at the moment.
She's incredibly popular, and I can tell you that every single paper has her at least something on Ash Barty, front and back pages. The Australian calls it the hopes of a nation. Sydney Morning Herald, come on Ash, time to repeat history, referring to Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley's title here 50 years ago, and then again in 1980. The Daily Telegraph, dream time, the Wimbledon destiny won't change, Aussie Ash, which of course alludes to her Indigenous background. And a lot of them are carrying that beautiful photo of her as a 6-year-old holding up a trophy and incidentally carrying a tennis racket that's actually bigger than her own head. She looks so absolutely gorgeous. There's 2 billboards that have been erected in Ipswich, which is just near where Ash grew up in southeast Queensland. The Ipswich Mayor, Councillor Teresa Harding, has said that Ash has already she's already obtained the keys to the city of Ipswich when she won Roland Garros. So now they have to think of another way to commemorate her achievements of ending the Aussie drought in a Wimbledon final. Of course, in Brisbane, the who's who of Queensland tennis are gathered at the Pat Raft Arena. They're all watching live. I don't think there's anyone with Aussie blood that is not completely locked into this final, and she's the goods at the moment.
There certainly are. Let's just mention one of those headlines that was at the top there. Ash's plan to blunt power. I'm not sure which paper it was that said that, but it, obviously referring to the tactics that are involved here. Pliskova, the big serve, power from the baseline, especially on the forehand, and Ash's way of mixing it up, hitting the slices, variety with her serve. And so far, it seems to have gone to what that headline was going to say.
Yeah, maybe it was a wonderful prediction. Someone's got their crystal ball out. There's no secret about the big serve on Karolina Pliskova, and she used that to great effect against Aryna Sabalenka in her semi-final. And to be honest, Pliskova's delivering everything we've been waiting to see. 5 years ago, that US Open final against Angelique Kerber. Karolina's been the ace leader on tour for a while, but then you feel like her game suffers when her serving goes off the boil and her big hitting loses its radar. So to date, she's been better with this at this tournament. Maybe it's because she came in not a top 10. She didn't win the warm-up event, as Kathy mentioned before. So maybe she has been able to fly under the radar until this point. They are both firmly in the spotlight, but it's just that Barty is managing to, as you say from that headline, blunt the power of Pliskova's game. In fact, what I think the danger of Pliskova was going to be was the fact that she suddenly learnt to move her feet. She's been showing that more and more throughout the tournament. She's a tall girl who movement around the court doesn't always look like it's her thing. But Sasha Bayan, her coach, actually used to work with Naomi Osaka, and I remember that he got her moving really well, and he seems to have had the same effect with Karolina Pliskova. But the problem is with Ash Barty is you need to move to every single corner of the court. And when she can return your powerful shots with interest, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was also, I think it's quite interesting, the two of them have been on the tour for quite a long time. They know each other very well. They were practicing side by side on court number 1 before coming out onto centre court, partly because of the weather here. So the situation meant that they couldn't practice on any of the outside courts, which is normally what they would do, or Narangi Park. So they ended up on the court that had the roof cover over. which was court number 1, and they were just on 2 sides of the same court practicing, and they were joking around together a bit, which must be very strange ahead of a final.
I think it would be. There's something quite delightful about the fact that they can all have a laugh, and you see a lot of the players on tour being able to do that, especially when they're away from the show courts or an actual match. I always wonder whether they're practicing with one eye sneakily on the next court over, just to see what their opponent's doing. But the other thing that I love that you mentioned was that Pliskova and Barty were sharing a laugh, because I think I've seen Karolina Pliskova smile more this tournament than I ever have in the entire time I've been following her. So it's wonderful that she's actually been enjoying herself out here. I think Ash is out to ruin her day today, but it's great that they get on so well off court.
I'm sure it sort of reminded them of their junior days when you were desperate to get on any portion of court that you possibly could. I mean, sometimes I remember back in the day splitting the court between 6 players, let alone 4. So you know, they must have been thinking, well, this is unique and probably great, I suppose, to at least get something to practice on. But also, we've got a Wimbledon final later, and we've only got half the court.
Exactly. Isn't it lovely? I do think that those relationships, and a lot of them also hit together, so they know each other quite well away from that competitive environment. We spoke about Ayla Tomljanovic and Barty knowing each other back in that 4th round match, and of course a quarterfinal match rather, and they would have hit together and then not necessarily played each other. So away from the court, they get that experience. And I think on the women's tour, previously, it was always a little bit more natural. It was less of the high pressure intensity environment of the men's, and it just seemed, or it just felt to be a little bit friendlier. And as the tour goes round, well, they're all in a unique situation, so they're all bonding together. I wonder whether this whole COVID environment has made them used to confined spaces as well, and just getting on with it.
Yeah, a bit more used to having not a huge amount of space for that practice that they had earlier on. Just from what you know about her character, you mentioned intensity and pressure just then, Steph. How do you think Ash would have felt first thing this morning when she woke up knowing she's in a Wimbledon final?
I was actually really wondering, Kathy, how she would come out today, because you can talk a good game, and Ash is brilliant. Her on-court interviews are wonderful. They're gracious, they're enthusiastic, they're champion-esque, if you like. She's really mastered that, and she says all the right things. But I do wonder deep down what she was thinking when she opened her eyes. If you take what she says, she was all about, it's not scary, it's exciting, and it's so wonderful to be here. And I kind of feel like she's not just talking the talk this year. She seems to really be embracing everything that she says, embracing the moment. Maybe the year off has made her just that much more pleased to be out playing tennis again. And it's part of why she's so beloved down under. We've talked in the past about her ability to deflect attention and the pressure. But when she talks about her team, it's starting to feel more like that family relationship and less deflection than a genuine enjoyment of all of them having success together. And I think that's probably how her morning started.
Before the warm-up started, it was brilliant to see those shots, wasn't it, of the 2 players walking down the famous corridor, down the steps, all the wood panelling everywhere. I wish my corridors at home looked like that. And for a nation like Australia, that is an immensely proud sporting nation, and the fans there of any sport really, but they love to live vicariously almost with these stars as they get to do these special things and, you know, walk down the steps and out onto centre court. I'm sure, you know, despite the time difference, everyone who's watching on television there, watching Barty and Pliskova get to do that, would have felt that they're almost living a moment of history through her.
Indeed, they would have, and I always love that moment where you see the players come out and there's almost dead silence before they arrive on court. I'm intrigued that you want your hallway to look like that. Would you put all your own names down that hallway, Adam, or would it be famous tennis players? Because one thing that keen-eyed observers and tennis fans would know is that when you walk down that hallway here, there's very few Australian names on that wall. I always wonder what Novak Djokovic or say Roger Federer feels like walking down and just seeing their name on the wall saying so many times, whether it feels so special each time. But for Ash, she'll be wanting to see that next year when she returns to the All England club. Leighton Hewitt beat Argentine David Nalbandian back in 2002, and he was about the last one on that wall from Australia. Philippoussis, of course, had a pretty good crack at it when he lost to Federer in 2003, and then we've talked about Yvonne Goolagong all those years ago. So it'd be really nice to have a current champ up there.
Yeah, there has been a bit of a change as well, hasn't there, with Ash Barty now saying that she wanted to win Wimbledon ahead of this event, which she said herself was something she didn't think she should be saying earlier in her career, whereas now she feels she is allowed to say that, and she has stated that that is her claim. She wants to win this title.
I'm totally on board with that, guys. I think that's actually changed her perspective. She's admitted it. She's put it out there. It's her goal. She's told us all it's her dream. And she clearly feels in a good enough place physically and mentally to admit to that. And I think it's done wonders for her. There's no doubt. There's no sort of place to hide if that doesn't occur. And she's playing like a champion who's achieving her goals. So I think she should continue with this and just say she wants to win everything.
It's clearly working. Steph, great analysis always. Stay there. We'll be back with you in just a second. But let's hear from Barty, shall we? Here she is speaking to Jenny a couple of days ago.
Well, I'm with one very happy lady, that's for sure. Well done on Ash Barty into the women's Wimbledon final. First of all, huge congratulations. Well done in such an incredible match. You were visibly quite emotional at the end, especially in terms of you, because you're not a super emotional person on the court. Can you just talk me through the build-up at the end there?
Yeah, it was an incredible match, and I think today Angie, in the extremely amazing competitor and fighter that she is, she brought out the best of me today. And I think being able to play such a good level in a massive moment was incredible to feel. And I think at the end it was almost a little bit of disbelief to know that I've got an opportunity to play on Saturday, the last day of the women's tournament here. It's really exciting.
It's very exciting indeed, and I actually interviewed Billie Jean King a little bit earlier on, just after your match. She was singing your praises, especially at the level of tennis out there. She actually said she couldn't believe you hadn't won Wimbledon yet, based on, in a complimentary fashion, based on your variety and your skill out there. What's it like to hear that from someone like Billie Jean King?
Yeah, Billie Jean is an amazing person. She has done so much for our sport, and she's given us an opportunity from when I was a kid to know that this is a possibility for us. This career, this life is a possibility, and to hear those words from her, it's really humbling. Honestly, she's a legend of our sport, and to have her there today watching was really awesome.
Well, I don't know if you know who you're playing in the final. The match is just finished. Okay. Do you want me to tell it?
Sure.
Do you know?
Yeah.
So you're playing Karolina Pliskova.
Okay.
She came through in 3 sets against Sabalenka in a tough match there. So, I mean, a former world number one, the first for her in the Wimbledon final as well. What are your thoughts on how that could unfold?
Yeah, Kaya's got an incredible game. She's got Grand Slam final experience, and I think being able to test myself against a different opponent is going to be really exciting. She's got the ability to take the match away from you very quickly with her 1-2 punch off her serve and first ball. So I think it's going to be important for me to try and hang in there as best I can, keep that scoreboard pressure, and try and bring the match back on my terms. But I think it's going to be an exciting opportunity for both of us on Saturday, and it's just going to be one to enjoy.
Certainly is. Ash, well done today. Enjoy it for the rest of the day, and good luck at the weekend.
Beauty. Thanks, Jen.
Right in front of us. He just arrived like a flash in front of the commentary box. Fortunate to win that point. So try returning this ball, volleying this. Stand an inch from the net, and don't get it work. Yeah, sir. All seems to be working. It's like a supersized Ken Rosewell hitting slice passing shots, single-handed backhand. He can do it all.
Take that. Wow.
Kissed the top of the net.
You better believe it.
It was a very acute angle. Probably didn't need to be quite that good.
Oh, wow!
That is a ripper, isn't it?
Oh no, it's gone long. The whole court was there for him.
Djokovic on full stretch. They've given up the ghost.
Oh, what a smash. That's a high quality point to get us going in this second set. Well, there we are. Shapovalov flaps those arms and says, give me more. Not sure how they can give him more support. What a point. What a point. What can I do? Or words to that effect from Shapovalov.
Yeah, just a few of the brilliant points that wowed us here at the Championships yesterday in the men's semi-finals. But back to today's action, the ladies' singles final between Ashley Barty, the top seed, and Karolina Pliskova, the number 8 seed. And to keep you right up to date with the action, Barty took the first set 6-3, and it is currently 5-all on serve in that second set. Steph Brantz, the Australian tennis journalist, is still with us. Steph, I wanted to focus now on the two coaches. The shots we see on television, they love showing the crowd, and they love showing the two boxes where we see the family and the coaches of both players, and plenty of shots of Craig Tyzzer, Ash's coach. And he really has been, he's not one of the, I suppose, big name coaches of tennis in Australia, but he's worked with Ash for a long, long time. And we've seen how he's modified perhaps her tactics using the slice and the variety on the serve that have worked so well here at Wimbledon, and they're continuing to work well in the final.
They certainly are, and Craig Tyzzer, as you say, he's probably not the most well-known. In fact, I think it's Ash Barty that's just brought him into the spotlight. And I've got to say that during this Wimbledon campaign is the most I've seen. They certainly are, and Craig Tyzzer, as you say, he's probably not the most well-known. In fact, I think it's Ash Barty that's just brought him into the spotlight. And I've got to say that during this Wimbledon campaign is the most I've seen of Tyz, as she calls him, in media. He's a very laid-back guy. He's perfect, really a perfect foil for Ash's personality. And what he's conscious of doing is keeping it fun. For Ash, he knows that when she became homesick and when it all seemed too difficult, that's what drove her away from the game all those years ago. So keeping it in the moment Ash now is what's been important. With her game, it's been important to get her moving around the court and really trying those different shots. We've talked about the variety of her game, the backhand slice body. Tyzzer himself said that when they came out of Roland Garros, they weren't even sure that she'd be at this tournament at all. So it's credit to him and also her mental coach, who isn't in the box for this tournament. He's back in Melbourne, Ben Crow, who've really worked with her. One of the most important things mentally that they worked on before she left home was the long stint away from family, because she is such a homebody. So between the mental game from back in Melbourne and Craig Tyzzer here in London, they have nailed every aspect of Ash's game that needs to be sorted out to make it fun and to give her every chance of success, which, well, you've got to say it's working.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Well, let's hear from Craig Tyzzer. We've been talking about him and how he works with Ash Barty. We can hear from Ash Barty's coach speaking to Jenny.
Well, I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Ash Barty's coach, Craig Tyzzer. Tyz, it's been a couple of years since I last spoke to you. That interview was when Ash first became world #1. Do you remember, in Birmingham?
Yeah, I think you were really rude to me and asked me about my mentors if they were still alive. So I do remember our last interview.
I'm never rude.
No, funny to me. Yeah, I do remember.
What a time.
Yeah, it's been a strange world since then, and yeah, an amazing journey to get to where we are.
It has been incredible. Can you just talk me through a little bit of Wimbledon so far? It was a bit of a bumpy ride coming into it, especially with what happened injury-wise with Ash, and then now suddenly here we are and she's in the final.
I know. Yeah, look, it was a bit of touch and go whether she'd actually play. Her hip injury was pretty bad, and we had to do a lot of rehab and a lot of strengthening, and it was, you know, it was almost not sure if he's going to compete here. So the first few rounds were a bit unknown in that sense, but the fact she got through them well, you know, tennis-wise she was a little underdone because we couldn't spend much time on court. But it's grown every match she's played. Her body's holding up really well. She's played better every match. So, yeah, I think it's amazing that we're here in the final.
It is absolutely wonderful, and I saw you literally immediately after you'd come out of the box yesterday, because we were off doing interviews right by centre court, and you said it was an incredible match that she played, and then you said, oh, gosh, that was a tight second set. How is it in the box? I mean, you've got a very calming persona, but it's not as easy as that at all. No,
look, I think yesterday was one of the best matches I've enjoyed watching Ash play.
How so?
I just felt Angie brought an incredible level in that second set, and the tennis was amazing standard. She's such a great grass courter, and her ability to just hit balls and hit winners, I think was something you don't get to see too often. And I think the fact that Ash was able to stand up to her and then raise her game in a semi-final of a Grand Slam was a pretty good effort. Like, I was pretty proud of, you know, what she did yesterday to be able to do that on a big stage. So I actually just enjoyed that. Like,
what did you say to her after?
Yeah, just that I was proud of her, and I thought, yeah, that stuff that, you know, I thought when Angie really put it at her and really went at her, and I didn't think Ash played bad to get down 5-2, and the fact she just kept at it, and then built a bit of strength through that second set and then got better and better. I was just really, you know, amazed at her effort and thought, you know, that's the sort of stuff she needs to be able to do if you're going to win a Grand Slam.
How does she and yourself and the team cope with everything that's going on? You've been on the road for a long time. Obviously, it's difficult being Australian, the quarantine going back, and you're going to be on the road for a little bit longer. How do you manage that tough schedule, especially when Ash is a homebody? Yeah, very much so. She is a homebody. I think it was more before we headed off that it was the realisation we're going to be away for a while and the acceptance. I think last year, missing all of last year tennis-wise pretty much, that she realised how much she missed playing tennis and competing. So it was, okay, if this is what we have to do, this is what we have to do. Because normally we get to Wimbledon and it's like week 12 or 13 of our end of the clay court, hit the grass, and she's really tired, but this is like 3.5 months in, so it's a big change, and she's as fresh as a daisy in that sense. So it just sort of shows you that we've accepted a lot of it before
instead of taking it on and just believing, okay, you can do this, we're away, but just accept the situation. And so, yeah, look, I think we're all struggling a bit in that sense. It's a bit of the same old every day, the bubble, the hotel to the courts.
Talking to the media.
Well, it's okay. It's okay when it's someone like you, but yeah, look, you know, we're accepting it, and the journey's been great so far. I mean, it's also always good when you're winning, so that helps. It makes it a lot easier. You know, if you're out early in the tournament, then what do you do? So, yeah, so far so good.
So far so good indeed, and of course, the final coming up very soon. What an incredible opportunity! Now, before her Roland Garros final, you guys were playing cricket behind the scenes. How are you going to prepare for this one? Something very similar? I saw the Aussie rules football kicking around the other day.
Yeah, we bring out the football a bit. It is football season at home, but we did have a game of cricket underneath where the physios are the other day, so if that's cleared out a bit, we might try and get another game.
Stick to traditions.
Yeah, try and get another game. It just gets a bit dangerous at times. So, but yeah, we always just try and keep it as relaxed as we can, and it's just a warm-up for her. So.
And, well, a warm-up before her final is Carlton, right? They're playing, aren't they, in the morning?
No, she's a Tigers. I'm a Carlton
Yeah,
supporter.
I meant for you.
For me it is, yeah. So I'll probably be watching the football.
Yeah, so you got a busy day.
Yeah, I have, yeah. So it's like 7:30 start, so it'll be over by the time.
She told me to stitch you up, actually, but I haven't fulfilled her request, I'm afraid. But
yeah, her team's not doing so good either, so she can't really stitch me up anymore. They have won the last 3 flags, though, so probably not ideal.
Crikey. Well, Tyzzer, it's been an absolute pleasure to chat to you. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Jen. Much appreciated.
Well, Ash, this is exciting. Ahead of Wimbledon, your return to the Grand Slam stage as a top seed, opening the centre court schedule on Tuesday. How do you feel about that, first of all?
Yeah, an incredible privilege, and I'm extremely humbled to have that opportunity. Of course, I wish Sim was here to be able to experience it for herself. It's something that she's earned as a defending champion, but I'm excited for my opportunity to do that, and I'm sure that we'll have a great experience and a great time come Tuesday afternoon.
How are you feeling ahead of this?
I feel ready. I feel like we've done everything that we possibly can to be ready for this tournament, and I think I've trusted my body, I've trusted my team, and knowing that we're ready to play and we get to go out there now and compete and enjoy. Another opportunity, another experience to play here at Wimbledon is nothing you can take for granted. I think genuinely there's a feeling of gratitude and knowing that this is something that not many people in the world get to experience is playing the courts.
Can you tell us a bit about the kit you're going to be wearing this year?
A very special outfit for me, and a very special tribute to an incredible person in Yvonne. It's the 50th anniversary of her first title here, and I think for us as Australians, but particularly as an Indigenous Australian, and sharing that heritage is something I'm really excited to wear. You think of icons and role models of the past, and I think for me, an iconic person is Yvonne. She's done that in her own way. She's paved a path and created a legacy for Indigenous youth to look up to, and I think I'm trying to play my role in doing that and be a positive role model, just being the person that my parents taught me to be, and that's all I can be.
Crowd enjoying the action on centre court, watching there from Henman Hill. They do look engrossed, don't they, in this women's singles final. We have Mark Woodford alongside us, also engrossed in the women's final. Such a big day for both players. How do you feel on the morning of a final, apart from, how do you stop the nerves from overtaking everything else?
Well, I don't think you treat the nerves as an enemy. You've just got to go along with that's part and parcel of actually being in a final, that you know that your body is acting and reacting to the occasion. It's after usually not a very good night's sleep. I remember the finals that we played here, kind of arriving with, a couple of hours less sleep, but there's an alertness about it. And so the routine remains the same, but it's just much more condensed, and you try to slow things down. I think that's what Todd and I, with some experience, just started to slow it down. Of course, the nerves, you want to speed everything up. You want to get it over and done with or win quickly, but you actually have to act in reverse. And it would have been a very tough morning given the rainy conditions that they experienced and having to practice on court one. a little different, but I think the girls have acclimated already to the start of this match.
Given that for both of them it is a first Wimbledon singles final, from what you've just said, particularly with that idea of, and we all know what it feels like when you're doing something new for the first time, you don't sleep the night before. How difficult is that then to manage during because all you want to do is get on court, presumably, and it's 2 o'clock, it's a bit later even than we've had for the rest of the week. How do you manage all of that time as well?
Well, an advantage obviously here at Wimbledon is that we've got 2 covered courts. They know that the final is going to start at 2 p.m. I think when you're playing in an outdoor tournament, there is that hesitation whether you're actually going to get started. And then it's even, will the match finish, possibly? So these girls have, dealt with those nerves. I think for Ash, she's had to deal with a lot of nervous energy and emotions when she's played home in Australia. We have the Australian Open, it's a home Grand Slam. And perhaps she's had those experiences a little, or the reps, I should say, a little more often than Pliskova. And, well, I'm going to fly that Australian flag. I hope that she handles the occasion. But she's a dangerous player, Pliskova. She's been working her way back into the match.
In the morning of your Wimbledon finals, you mentioned there with Todd, was there a point at which you started focusing on the final, and before that it was, don't mention the final, what's the weather like, what are you having for breakfast, what's the footy scores? Was there a moment where it became game time, or was it game time from the moment you woke up?
From memory, it was game time, from the moment that you woke up. We had a unique setup for us. We rented an apartment close by. Todd and his wife had the top floor. My wife and I, we had the second floor, separate apartments, but I was on the second floor, and then our trainer and his wife were on the ground floor. So we're in the same complex, but there was just that trust and assumption. I knew that Todd was going to do everything possible to be ready for when we arrived at the courts, that the routine had to start. And I'm assuming he had enough trust in me that I was going to get ready and prepare for that match all the way to the courts. And then once we arrived, it was, okay, we tried not to stress about going onto the practice court and trying to fine-tune. All our hard work had actually been done in the lead up to Wimbledon and in the matches before the final. So there was not much stress for us because we'd arrived at the final. Clearly, we were in some good form. We were in shape. We were ready for the final. And I think we did a good job of actually looking down the other end of the court. And I think that's what's happened with Ash Barty in the start of the match. Obviously, she looked down the other end, and Pliskova was struck with some nerves and slow out of the gates. And that's why she built that early advantage.
I'm just a bit intrigued about what you said there. So when you were staying in the same place, did you then leave together to go to the...
No.
Because presumably you've got different ways of getting ready in the morning and going to a match.
Exactly. I think Todd and I, we took the advantage. We were good mates, great mates, on and off the court. But then I knew that Todd was doing everything possible, and he had to have a little bit of freedom and flexibility, as I did as well. So it was almost... we'd arrive, not necessarily at the same time, but more or less, because I could hear him coming down the stairs, carrying the bags and the racket bag, and, he might have knocked a few times, but there was always this great excitement, anticipation, readiness that when the umpire said play, that we were going to come out of the gates. And really, most of our finals, we got off to a really strong start, and I think that put the opponents on the back foot.
Mark, I hate to break it to an Aussie, but the tide is changing on centre court.
Please.
He took the first set, as we know, 6-3, went to a tie-break in the second set, and Barty had a break, didn't she? A couple of breaks in the second set. But Pliskova's just taken the tie-break 7-4, and it was a double fault that handed the second set to her. And we talked, throughout about the ebbs and flows of a match, and this is a match that really is ebbing and flowing. We can see the summary of the stats here from the second set, and it was in the first set we looked at the same statistics earlier on from the first set, and the first serve percentage from Pliskova was way down, and the first serve percentage of points won was way down. Yep. But she's really worked on that in that second set.
Leading into the final, the serve was what has helped Pliskova through to today's final. The numbers were very strong in that first serve department, and we all struggle with nerves. That's inevitable. And I think when, for Karolina, unfortunately, it showed up in that first set. The ball toss wasn't synchronized. There was not as much pace, velocity behind the first serve. The second serve was vulnerable, and there was not much pace on her rally shots either, allowing Ash to really load up. But as she's a true competitor, a champion, Karolina Pliskova, and she's been able to work through this, obviously, in the second set. And those numbers have changed significantly in her favour. And now it's up to Ash to try and rebalance. Pliskova trying to sprint through to the finishing line. Ash trying to dig her way out of maybe unsettling Karolina. A one-set shootout. What more could we ask?
It's going to be a brilliant finish, as you said, a shootout to end this one. I'm sure there were loads of times in your career where this happened. You'd won the first set fairly comfortably, and you lost the second set. And Ash, understandably, I'm sure she could be sat there thinking, hang on a minute, I had so many chances here. I could be holding the trophy, that famous rosewater dish by now.
Yeah.
How do you put that behind you and say, right, I've got a one-set shootout, and I could be doing it in 20, 25 minutes' time?
Well, again, I'll go back to just taking some time and not overcomplicating it. I think if players on the change of ends, if they're trying to find all of these solutions and just working down the list from the serve, forehand, backhand, how am I moving? Wow, it can, overcomplicate things and flood your mind with too many negative thoughts. It's about trying to what worked for myself individually in singles and for Todd and I in doubles. And I've played with some pretty good partners along the way, Martina Navratilova and John McEnroe. I was amazed about how in those moments, pressure, key moments, they seemed to slow things down. And they reminded themselves and they reminded me as their partner, use your strengths. That's what's going to win the match, is your strengths. It's not the weaknesses.
Yeah, it was. We saw a few tears, didn't we, last night with Denis Shapovalov at the end, which is a very similar situation. He knew he had so many opportunities against Novak Djokovic, but it was Djokovic that came through that semi-final. As an Australian, I think you'll be quite interested in what we're going to show you now. We've got Dylan Alcott in the quad wheelchair singles final. He's the defending champion, the world #1, and his match against Sam Schroeder is into the second set. The defending champion, Dylan Alcott, took the first set 6-2. We're going to join it at 5-2 in the second set.
Again with the short, slicey backhand from Dylan. Proven to be so effective.
He liked that one.
Hugging the line.
He'd hug himself if he could.
He would. I love that he's his #1 cheerleader.
I do as well. I'm just such a fan of his. Watching this, it's just terrific. Schroeder as well, what an excellent lefty tennis player he is. He's got a bright future, this youngster serving.
Behind him.
Love 14.
Can he clinch his first championship point?
He's got it. The charismatic Australian Dylan Alcott had adds a second Wimbledon crown to his bulging trophy cabinet. It's a 14th Grand Slam singles title. He retains his unbeaten Wimbledon singles record. And he's absolutely thrilled with himself. And so he should be. The Wimbledon quad singles champion 2021. What a man, what a character. You just gotta love him.
And so deserved. What a fantastic display of tennis today from both competitors. Hug for his doubles partner.
Keith Davidson courtside, just enjoying that embrace, I'm sure. Well,
such a special friendship, isn't it?
And he's stuck there, isn't he?
I think he asked for a push there and she said no. I think he was stuck.
He will milk this, won't he? It's just the way he's wired. Several Australians have come to enjoy this as well. There'll be thousands down under as well that'll be enjoying and wallowing in this victory for the Wizard of Oz. 6-2, 6-2 it was after an hour and 6 minutes. He broke serve 6 times and is rightly very pleased with his efforts. Twice a Wimbledon champion is Dylan Alcott in the quad singles division. For Sam Schroeder, well, there'll be more from him. He's beaten Dylan twice before, but today it wasn't to be. Just feels like his front room, the Australian, almost like he owns this, doesn't it?
It really does, and it is a very impressive display to see how comfortable Dylan is in this environment, how much he thrives in it. And I have no doubt that Sam has every potential to start improving that trophy cabinet and catching up with Dylan over the years. He's still so young, relatively new to the sport. So much potential.
Well, we're awaiting the presentation ceremony. He's just getting brief. There's Richard Joyner, one of the assistant referees. But Wimbledon will always hold a place in his heart. Dylan Alcott, the champion this year in the quad singles final. And he's still on for the possibility of the Golden Slam this year. It's just got a whole lot closer coming through. 2-2 in 64 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and the runner-up of the quad singles final. On court for this presentation, please welcome Anne Kjothavong and Sarah Bennison, who are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, this year's runner-up from the Netherlands, Sam Schroeder. Many congratulations to Sam, a terrific match. And now to the 2021 Wimbledon champion from Australia, Dylan Alcott. A second Wimbledon title for Dylan, a 14th Grand Slam title, his third this year, which means the Golden Slam is still on. Dylan, we hear from you through the match. I know everyone here wants to hear from you in more detail about the match you've just played, the contribution of Sam, and what you are thinking right now.
I'm cooked. That was hard. I'm just thinking that goes through, I'm in big trouble. Sam, congrats, mate. That was an awesome quality match. You served really well, and for people that don't know, Sam had a few health issues the other year, and he's back out here competing for Wimbledon titles on his debut, mate. So congrats, and I'm sure you'll be winning plenty more to come. It was, I mean, how's the atmosphere? You know, it's unbelievable. It's so, I know the UK's been through a tough time, everybody has all around the world. So to be able to have crowds back and to have it pretty full out here has been incredible. There was some Aussies here like so early getting rained on. Like, it's a real Australian crowd. I heard my mates pop a bottle of champagne at the start of the second set. I thought I haven't won yet, so I turned it down. But yeah, I just love Wimbledon. I get emotional thinking about Wimbledon, and you know, you might have heard my good friend Ash Barty say it's a dream even for Aussies to come to win Wimbledon, and to get to play here was an absolute privilege to the committee, to everybody. Thank you so much, and to now be a dual Wimbledon champion, I'm shaking hands. I'm unbelievable.
And Dylan, you mentioned there what a tough year it's been around the world, and I think playing here in front of fans, maybe the love of sport even more important than ever, and you are a man who really likes to show that passion and share that passion for sport.
Yeah, I think it's really important to always be authentically you, and I've really worked on that. And you know, I love energy, I love talking, and you might think I'm a bit of an idiot out here, but what's embarrassing about positive self-talk? You know what I mean? And I really try and get. And, you know, I just can't thank the crowd enough and everybody. And, you know, I get up for these big matches. It's something that I just naturally am good at, which is cool. So when it was raining, I was worried all the crowd would be in centre court, so there'd be no one here, but we got on, which was nice. So, but I just want to say a couple of thank yous as well. Firstly, as I said, I want to thank Sam and his team. I know his mum and sister and all that are here. So another great battle. We played doubles yesterday. We lost, but, you know, at least we got to play singles. And then I want to thank, as I said, everybody at Wimbledon. It's just the best. It is. It really is. You know, the Aussie Open's got my heart because it's 2 Ks from my house, but it's a very, 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 very close second. So, you know, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how many more I got left, if I'll even be back. So I really tried to enjoy this opportunity out here. I want to thank my team, Francois, my coach. He's got 2 young kids. He left them to come coach us. We've got to quarantine when we get back. You don't know how much I appreciate you, brother. My doubles partner, Heath, over here. I love you, mate. You'll be out here winning very soon, I promise you that. To Tim and Anna, who's been with us all week. Love you guys. To my family back home and my team, Brenda, Georgie, Mark, Ben Crow. I love you, Crowy. My partner, Chantel, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. Our little dog, Sauce, he's a legend too. To my family, you know, mum, dad, stepmom, my brother Zach, to everybody that supported me. It's been a tough couple of years, to be honest, for all of us. So I'm really appreciative on here. And Wimbledon's coming home with me, so I hope football's coming home for you, all right? Thank you so much, everybody. I love
you. Ladies and gentlemen, your quad singles champion, Dylan Alcott.
Yeah, another brilliant performance on the famous lawns here at Wimbledon for Dylan Alcott, the Aussie #1 seed in the wheelchair singles, taking that final 6-2, 6-2, Mark. They sort of led into it there, Claire Balding, that everyone wanted to hear from Dylan Alcott. His interviews and those post-match speeches are just absolutely brilliant. And he is, I suppose, inspiration to wheelchair players, not just in Australia, but all around the world. Give us a sense of just what it means back in Australia, what he's doing, and how he's inspiring players, wheelchair players, to pick up the game.
He is a real identity back home. I mean, I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to have a word with him, but he is so Australian.
Every interview I've ever done with him, he swears.
And it's like the "G'day, mate. How's it going? You know, let's go have a drink." And you know, but it's all in such good you know, he's a great sport, and obviously has continued on his winning ways. But he is an inspiration to, you know, he's bringing this discipline of tennis, you know, to. You know, it's starting to appeal. I mean, it always has, but, you know, Dylan back home, he's been able to step into broadcasting, to commentating, and it's highlighting, you know, the discipline of wheelies. And, yeah, look, he just keeps loving it, doesn't he? I mean, he is milking this. I don't know how many times he's won the title here, and I can guarantee you that cup might have a little liquid in there a little later on when he gets back to the locker rooms.
Yeah, he's a real character. He's got his own radio show as well in Australia, and every time I've interviewed him, the last time I did say, please don't swear in this interview. And so he got through the entire interview, and then the last 3 words were, didn't swear, with a word in between. So he is just fantastic as a character, but also for the sport, as Adam was saying there, all of the guys here really appreciate having a crowd to come and watch, don't they, that take such interest in the sport. And it's just so difficult to play. On the grass is more difficult to play than it is on the other surfaces for them as well, in terms of the muscles that they need to use. So they really appreciate people coming and watching that and understanding it more, don't they?
If the viewers at home that are listening to the broadcast, if they have never gone to watch a wheelie tennis match, I really encourage them to go ahead and watch the guys and the women play. They are absolutely brilliant. It takes, you know, there are so many times I go past the court, and obviously we've had some great champions in the wheelie department. David Hall has been a long-time champion from Australia in the Hall of Fame as well, and Shingo Kaneda from Japan. These guys play an amazing level of tennis, and it's absolutely brilliant to watch. And it is bringing attention to the sport that, you know, at these tournaments, they absolutely love a crowd. And to be able to get onto these courts here at Wimbledon, on the clay at Roland Garros, they'll be around at the US Open and, of course, the Australian Open. The tour is starting to grow.
And as we were saying there, the highlights, just watching some of the rallies that they have, it's amazing. And as you said there, that a special moment for all of them in their careers. I mean, Dylan Alcott's got the chance to do it loads of times, but players in earlier rounds who may have never played at Wimbledon, they've never played on the grass, and to get a chance to play on the hallowed turf here at the All England Club is a huge deal.
There, can't you?
Oh, well, he's racking up those titles, you know, record-breaking each time he seems to turn up on the courts these days, and that's what brings attention to the sport. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, he's an identity back home. There are a lot of corporate companies that have jumped in and brought him on board, and he's a great public speaker. Again, lots of enthusiasm coming from Dylan Alcott.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic victory for him. His second Wimbledon title. 2019, he won the last time we played at Wimbledon. Dylan Alcott with 2 titles already. We are looking for our women's singles finalists and a champion at the end of today, but at the moment, it could be another Australian to go with Alcott. Ash Barty took the first set 6-3 against Karolina Pliskova. Pliskova came back to take the second set on a tiebreak 7-6. It is now 4-1 in the third set. Barty has broken and has the lead. And speaking of the women's champions here at Wimbledon, we're going to hear now about Martina Navratilova, the most successful of them all with 9 Wimbledon titles.
Really is a tremendous victory for Martina. For the fourth time, a very, very happy champion. She wins her 5th Wimbledon Championship title. That's it. That's the championship. She's done it. Well, what a tremendous achievement.
In
1990, Martina Navratilova won her record 9th singles title.
That's it. That's it. That's it. And the dream has come true.
No one in history has ruled Wimbledon like Martina. Trust me, I should know. It's hard to believe, but 1978 was Martina's 6th Wimbledon. She was still searching for her first major title. It was already our 26th career meeting.
With Chris, I felt like it was my match to win or my match to lose, like I was more in control. But still, Chris was so good and was not going to give you anything, and you had to earn it.
I got off to the better start, but I could feel Martina growing in confidence. She didn't back down. Martina won the second set, then served for the match at 6-5 in the third.
All of a sudden, you're serving for the match, and you should hold, and you should win. When you're up 30-love and then 40-love, and it's like, oh my God, I could really do this.
Martina had her first Wimbledon title, her first major at age 21. Little did we know, she was just getting started.
I always wanted to be known as the player that played tennis the way it ought to be played. Always gave everything I had on the court and off the court.
Martina did everything to the max.
Oh, that is remarkable. However she got to that ball, I simply don't know.
That included the way she played, practiced, trained. She changed the way we approach the sport.
Oh, that's truly unbelievable.
Martina picked up a racket at age 4, and her stepfather was her first coach in the suburbs of Prague. By 15, she was a Czech national champion, and at 16, she made her way to the U.S. to play tennis full-time. Later that year, she made her Wimbledon debut. The first player to take off-court training to the next level, it benefited her attacking game. Martina served and volleyed at every chance. Her net game, still one of the best ever. When we met in the final of 1985, Martina's Wimbledon CV had ballooned. She was a 5-time champion. Her grass game was near perfection.
Mrs. Lloyd showing once again that on grass she is a more complete player than she used to be.
Martina, at this point, you could say, felt invincible at Wimbledon. I won the first set, but again, she dug in. It's another characteristic that made her so great.
That's the championship. And a great recovery by Martina Navratilova, and she lost that first set.
Now with 7 singles titles in her pocket, the talk around Martina was about the record books and matching Helen Wills Moody's remarkable 8. In 1987, a new guard was arriving. Steffi Graf was on a 39-match winning streak, and Martina had not won a tournament all season heading into Wimbledon.
Players were trying to make themselves better, to come up to my level, as well as do more things off the court, take care of what they eat and how they work out and do other sports. I think I made people look at different angles at becoming better tennis players, and they all caught up.
The
was the changing of the guard. I was in my 30s, and best years were behind me.
To me, Martina was the ultimate grass court player. Just try to play your game, try to be aggressive yourself.
Here comes the new blood. The new generation had arrived.
Her records showed it. She was so dominant. Her game was ideal for grass courts, so I had so much respect for her game.
She's done it.
8 Wimbledon wins. 6 in a row. History made, but Martina wasn't done yet. Martina's wariness of the new generation came true. In 1988, she was defeated in 3 sets in the final by Steffi.
Long live the new queen, Steffi Graf, the new Wimbledon champion. And that's it. She's done it.
The same result played out in 1989, too.
I know also how it feels to play a center court.
In 1990, I had retired the year prior, watching on as Martina made her way through the draw, and Zina Garrison, the 5th seed, upset Steffi in the semifinals. Martina was the heavy favorite on this day. She was on the precipice of history. I couldn't help but let my mind wander to 78, to her 6 in a row in the mid-80s. To her greatness, her game was tailor-made for the grass. And the Wimbledon queen, for a record 9th time, was reclaiming her crown. Fittingly, it was her 18th and final major singles title.
It was a very special moment that I wanted to share with the people that had been there with me every step of the way.
No one, before or since, has matched Martina's dominance in Wimbledon. My rival, my friend.
An absolutely phenomenal player, Martina Navratilova. The story there of her 9 singles titles, and also so lovely to hear the opponents from some of those matches talking with such fond memories of being beaten by Martina Navratilova. We have Mark Woodford alongside us, who's played alongside Martina Navratilova. Just what kind of an experience was that, and how competitive is she to play alongside?
Well, it was a dream come true for me to receive a call from Martina. I was already playing mixed doubles alongside another Australian at the time, and I didn't really believe that it was Martina calling. So I was kind of, who is this? No, who's joking with me? And but she said, I think we could win Wimbledon together, and I really learnt what it was like to play with a superstar. The first round, we played out on court 2, and I think that was probably more because I wasn't any profile player at that particular moment in time, and we navigated our way through. I felt like that she was, it was almost like a Jekyll and Hyde. She so rarely had played any matches outside of centre and 1 that she didn't know her way around. Where court 2, I knew my way around that court. I played a lot out there on the lesser show courts. But once we got through that, our next match was scheduled on court 1, and we gradually got onto centre court, and she just led me, just explained the nuances of the court and how to navigate a way through. I was still playing single. I was still alive in the singles draw for a couple of rounds, still playing doubles. She was competing in singles and doubles. So it was just to hear this feedback from her, how to manage the highs and lows of playing three events at a Grand Slam. But she never the desire to win. She believed she could win all 3 events, and the effort was consistently 100%. So I certainly knew what it was like to be professional. It certainly gave me a huge boost, and to end up with a victory, that really helped for me to go out the following day with Todd and win our first doubles title together. If I hadn't have had the experience and winning with Martina first, I'm not sure that Todd and I would have been successful our first time at a Wimbledon final. So it was a dream for me, and still to this day, I think I have to pinch myself that I actually got to play with Martina Navratilova, 9-time singles champion. I mean, arguably the greatest female tennis player in all disciplines.
You mentioned that first match out on court too. I'm sure you can remember vividly the moment when you walked out on the court. What is the memory that sticks in your mind from that match, the first time you got to play with Martina here at Wimbledon?
That she got nervous. And I'm thinking, champions don't get nervous, do they? But there was a sense of fragility with her. She was uncomfortable, she was edgy. It's just that she didn't know those surroundings. And so that showed to me that you're just normal. I mean, that's part of being an athlete. There are moments, whether you win consistently and regularly as she was doing at the time, you still struggle with those emotions and nerves. And she had her way of handling it, and it was just terrific to actually sit beside someone on the change of ends. And I mean, I wasn't shy about asking questions either. I think that's one thing that I'd learned along the way is, in order to keep raising my level, you have to explore, you have to ask questions, and to be around a champion like that was something that I'll certainly never forget.
Seeing her close up and playing with her, what was it that made her so great? Was there something you noticed when you were playing mixed doubles with her that she did better than some of the other players you played with? Because you played with some brilliant players in both men's and mixed doubles. Yeah, it was the way that she practiced, she arrived at the courts, there was practice with a purpose. She tried to work on her weapons that actually helped her win a lot of matches, and she exuded confidence and this belief that she was the #1 player in the world on grass, most certainly at the time, and just to have this aura walking onto the court as well, it really felt pretty neat to walk onto the court. Kind of, I'm playing with Martina. I think I did say yours quite a bit as well when the ball went up in the middle.
Fascinated also by the fact that was for you feel the beginning of that winning your Wimbledon titles, or here. How did that affect you that day, and why did it have that knock-on effect, do you feel, on the next match, your men's final with Todd Woodbridge?
We had played a couple of matches on centre court. Todd and I had yet to play a match on centre court, so having that experience, knowing to the waiting room, the old waiting room that they used to have with the light bulb and the ceiling, and that when that went on, that was the signal to walk out. She explained
like a secret symbol.
the process of walking out and then reaching the service line, turning around towards the royal box, and for me bowing. She was curtsying, and then when we got out onto the court for the very first time, I was getting my racket ready, but she walked out to the middle of the court and she was showing me these areas in the service box that if you hit this, side of the court, you're going to get a great bounce. Remember, we're at the back end of the tournament now. The court has been used quite a bit, so there will be some cracks there. At 4 o'clock, the sun bounces off of the stand here, and so if you loft she just knew every crevice and the way the wind was going to blow. So I think I was walking onto the court more focused on tactics, where she was considering the elements, and that helped me broaden my horizon and to be able to translate that onto Todd. I couldn't wait to get onto the court with Todd and say,
let me tell you.
Guess what Martina said? It was a lot of Martina said this, during that particular year in '93. So, I think certainly Todd, was very thankful that when we walked onto the court, that there was some confidence coming from him trust in me that I'd actually learned from the best in the game.
Interesting afterwards as well, I think it was the US Open, was it the year after you played against Todd and his partner, and they beat you? So
yes.
I would love to know, you don't have to go into it if you don't want to, but how Martina perhaps chose you over Todd, because you were both obviously the top players in the world at the time. She had to choose one of you. I bet you're glad she chose you.
Yeah, I'm happy that she chose me. I think Todd, is 5 years younger, just hadn't been around and playing as much as what I had at the time. And she said that she felt like that just that pairing up with another left-hander was going to help her out as well up at net. So I just went with that. But that particular time, yes, almost 12 months later, against Todd, and he paired up with Helena Suková. And Helena was Martina's, that was the one player that she struggled with, serve and volleyer. And if she served well, it really did penetrate Martina's game. So it was a tough day, but, when you lose to your best friend on the tour, hey, it's an easier wound to heal afterwards.
Have you spoken to Martina Navratilova about that recently? I mean, obviously, you all work at tournaments together. Have you told her that? Does she know that was the beginning of your sort of doubles success?
We've spoken about it a couple of times. Well, I've spoken about it to her, and even this tournament. I think one of the questions that media that were asked, a question of the day, and it was who is your dream partner? So I had responded on Twitter that my dream partner I've already lived because I played with Martina and was successful. So she sent me a direct message saying, thanks, you were doing pretty well yourself. And so, yeah, we have I think when we pass by in the corridors, obviously she's acknowledging a lot of people because she did play and win with not just me, but with many other fantastic male partners.
Absolutely fabulous memories, Mark, of Martina Navratilova. Thanks so much for sharing those with us. But let's head inside centre court. Both of these players are going to be hoping to win even just a few of the titles compared to the number that Martina Navratilova was able to do over the course of her career. Ashley Barty, having taken the first set 6-3, lost that second set to Karolina Pliskova at 7-6 on the tie-break. And here she is serving for the championship at 5-3. We can join the commentators.
Just enough.
With that athleticism. Phenomenal.
Tried to serve out at 6-5 in the second. That was about 45 minutes or so ago.
Such a great return to keep it alive, and then the forehand 2 inches inside the baseline.
That's all. That was a heck of a serve. Kudos to her for winning that point.
Pliskova just battling here.
Too much time to think about it. Rarely to see Ash Barty miss a drive volley like that.
First chance in this final set that Pliskova's had on the Barty serve.
Thank you. Please.
That was a tremendous get by Barty to get that ball back in.
Incredible defense and a loss opportunity there for Pliskova.
Sure was.
Advantage, Barty.
What a time to find your 7th base of the match. So much expected of Barty. Championship point. Destiny fulfilled. What a way to join Margaret Court and her mentor Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley on the Venus Rosewater dish. It's a lot to take in for her, isn't it, Tracy?
It is. After the semifinal, she talked about what a long journey it has been, the sabbatical, and then last year staying home for 11 months because of COVID, staying away from the game, and then now to win on the 50th anniversary of her idol, Yvonne Goolagong, who she admires so much. She's done so much for the Indigenous community. And this is so special to spare.
Pat Catch, a fellow Aussie, started this.
Yeah, to share with her team. They left in March. They left in Australia, and they knew it was going to be months before they got home.
It's the other side, Ash.
Yeah.
And for Ash, it's all about the team. Imagine her family back home in Brisbane. Melanie, her long-time physio. Oh.
That's beautiful.
And Craig Tyzzer. He deserves an extra big hug. Storm Sanders.
Storm, sadly, she's partnering Ash at the Olympics in a couple of weeks' time. She's going to have a Wimbledon champion by her side.
And Ash, just a few months ago, put it out there in the universe, I want to win Wimbledon. She said, I know it's brave and courageous. It puts more pressure on me, but that's the title I want.
So many ups and downs in her career. And she can place the Wimbledon trophy next to the one she won in Paris a couple of years ago. I think we'll be talking about the nerves for a long time with Karolina Pliskova, and once again, she's going to be a Grand Slam bridesmaid.
She has a lot to be proud of this fortnight, though. She's under the radar coming in, and she's played some beautiful tennis to get to her second major.
She lost both of her tournament matches on grass. She lost 0-0 in the final. She couldn't handle the nerves, and she almost was able to pull this out, to get back in this set all. So well done, Karolina Pliskova.
Okay, everything's set. Let's head down to the presentation ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the trophy presentation for the ladies' singles. Please welcome onto centre court His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, President of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Cambridge, patron of the All England Lawn Tennis Club. Their Royal Highnesses are accompanied by Ian Hewitt, Chairman of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and David Rawlinson, President of the Lawn Tennis Association. First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, James Keothavong. Now to the runner-up, Karolina Pliskova. And the ladies' singles champion for 2021, Ashley Barty. Karolina, I think you can tell from that ovation exactly what the crowd felt of your performance there today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody being here today. I enjoyed every minute to play on this court. Sorry.
No.
I never cry, never, and now Okay, I think Ash, I want to start with her. I think she was playing an incredible tournament, incredible match today. It wasn't easy to close the second set. I was fighting very hard to make it difficult for her, but I think she really played very well. So congrats to her and her team.
I just felt that I wanted to go up and give you a hug there. I felt for you. And you don't have to do this, but I'm sure you'd like to say a few words to your team who have worked so hard.
Yes, I want. I want to thanks to all of in my team, also Olga behind, Haim, Michal, of course Sasha, he's a big part of it. And all the success, of course, goes to them. Without them, I would not be here. I have rest of my team is at home. I'm not gonna name everybody, also my family, of course. And I think no matter which trophy we have, I think we had incredible 3 weeks here. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karolina Pliskova. Ash, you have dreamed of this moment, so how's the reality?
This is incredible. I think I have to start with Kaya as well. Congratulations on a fantastic tournament to you and to your team. I love testing myself. I love testing myself against you, and I'm sure we'll play many, many more matches. But I have to genuinely thank every single person in this stadium. You've made my dream so special. Thank you so much.
You played so well, Ash, because set and 3-1, and then Karolina played superb tennis. So what did you tell yourself at the start of the third?
Just keep fighting. Kaya is an incredible competitor. She brought out the very best of me today, and it was an exceptional match right from the start, and I knew that I had to bring my very best level, and I was really proud of myself the way I was able to reset and just keep going, just keep chipping away at the start of that third set and hold my nerve there in the end.
Talk us through that match point.
I can't remember it.
I'm sorry. But you remember the emotions. What did it feel when you'd finally won the title that you so wanted?
It took me a long time to verbalise the fact that I wanted to dare to dream it and say I wanted to win this incredible tournament, and being able to live out my dream right now with everyone here. This has made it better than I ever could have imagined. I didn't sleep a lot last night. I was thinking of all the what ifs, but I think when I was coming out on this court, I felt at home in a way, and I think being able to share that with everyone here, to share that with my team, is incredible.
And talking of your team, I was very worried for you when you started to do your Pat Cash impersonation up there. I wanted to shout, there is a gate there, but you eventually found it.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a wobbly step there. I probably just should have taken the elegant route, but that's okay. No, look, my team is incredible. They are with me every single step of the way, and I can't thank them enough for sacrificing their time and energy into my career, into my dreams. And in particular, this year is challenging for everyone all around the world, and for them to be able to travel with me, to essentially be away from home for 8 or 9 months is incredible. So I cannot thank them enough. And Tyzzer in particular, he's a captain. He is the best at what he does. I'm exceptionally lucky to have him in my team, and I love him to death.
You also, Ash, love the history of the game, and it's a lovely tribute to one of your heroines, your mentors, Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley, 50 years ago since she won her first Wimbledon title. And I know she means it's a big part. She means a lot to you.
She does. I hope I made Yvonne proud.
No, you do. It's the early hours back home, but I know the Barty party is starting down under. Do you? And of course, you can't have your family here or anything. Do you have a message for them?
I know they're at home watching. I think I miss them. I love them. I'm so glad that they were able to at least watch and share this with me. But I can't wait to get home to them in a few months' time and really celebrate.
Absolutely. And will Barty have a party? Can you break out of this bubble and go in and celebrate tonight?
I think we will, but we'll keep it pretty low key. I think this is just an incredible achievement for all of us. I'm so proud of my whole team, and I can't wait to be with them soon.
Oh, brilliant. Well, congratulations. Wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wimbledon champion, Ash Barty.
Well, Ashley Barty there, having won Wimbledon for the first time. And a brilliant quote. She says she's going to keep it pretty low-key in the celebrations this evening.
Couple of tinnies.
Yes. Kathy Nana-Seagram and Adam Hunt here on the Wimbledon channel alongside Mark Woodford. Mark, your initial reaction to that? It was a brilliant final, wasn't it? And there was a danger at the start, given the way that Ashley Barty began the match playing so well, and Pliskova, clearly the nerves in the occasion were starting to get the better of her, that we were worrying, weren't we, that it was going to just be a runaway final for the Aussie. But in the end, we got a good match, a 3-set match, and Barty, I think, the deserved champion.
Most certainly. I mean, she started on fire against a very nervous Karolina Pliskova, who worked her way back in. But key with those first 2 games in the 3rd set, Pliskova was pushing to possibly go up an early break of serve, 1-love. Barty was able to hold and then responded very quickly. And it's the momentum changes that can happen. She was able to maintain that lead, but without a doubt, a worthy champion, as if Pliskova had ended up holding that delightful plate, tray, dish.
The rosewater dish.
Wow, it is spectacular. The trophy cabinet here, if you have that chance to go, behind the scenes and have a look at the trophies here are just magnificent.
They are, they're beautiful, aren't they? And there was so much emotion when she had hit that winning championship point. She was on her knees for a good long while, really. We know it means so much to her from all the build-up we've been doing and hearing her talk about Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley and 50 years ago and what it would mean to her as a tennis player. Just this is the one that you want to win for Australia. I know different players have their different favourite Grand Slam, but for her, it is Wimbledon, isn't it?
Australians certainly do covet, the holding a Wimbledon title. First is to actually have that opportunity to participate in any of the main draws here. But then, the experience, the electricity that invades your body once you're here, and for Ash to be able to move forward and contend as the #1 player in the world, as the top seed, and work her way through the draw under a lot of spotlight, and she's handled herself very well. And boy, to secure this, her 2nd Grand Slam title, there might be plenty more to come now.
We'll discuss more about what it means in a second, but what you saw in the match, was it what you expected? Because, we previewed it, didn't we? We talked about the serve being crucial, the slice being crucial, and actually in the end, when you watched it, it played out that way, didn't it? The backhand slice was what Pliskova just couldn't deal with.
Yeah, it played out, I think, as far as Ash, the way that she went about her business. Again, you can see this is the emotion that it really does flood out of your body once you secure that victory. Just phenomenal. I think you can't have those help but have those memories of your family, the friends, and especially at this time of the year, as she's worked her way, climbed into the box, navigating her way, and to thank her crew that have helped her. And this for me is not just the joy of holding the trophy, but to come back in now off the court and to see your name on that board. It just, there's so many emotions, and you feel justly rewarded.
Yeah, I don't know how they get through those interviews, both the winner and the loser, really, to try and speak to the crowd there. But the crowd has actually made a huge difference this year. It's 100% capacity now. It's part of the government research project, which means that they've been allowed a full capacity at Wimbledon. And again, you could tell from the way both of the players spoke, that has really made a huge difference to this Wimbledon, hasn't it?
I think that every player, that certainly that I've come in contact with, has applauded what the All England Club have been able to achieve by bringing the crowds in. Obviously limited in week 1, we've increased in week 2, but the players have responded. I feel like almost like the level of tennis has increased as well. And unfortunately for Carolina, maybe didn't quite hit the form that she displayed during the tournament in the previous 6 rounds. But I think this turnaround for her, this purple patch of form, hopefully will reflect there's still one more slam to play, many other tournaments, that she can turn it around and have a very successful year.
And speaking of the crowd, so many Aussie expats who live here in London and were able to go. We saw the Aussie rugby shirts, those famous hats on top as well. It must have been nice for Ash to feel like she had a sort of bit of a home crowd really here at Wimbledon supporting her on.
I think Australians, that's another area that we love, enjoy coming here to play at Wimbledon, is that you are playing in front of many different cultures and nationalities, but there is a very strong Australian presence, and you do feel like you're playing at home, and you can just occasionally hear those murmurs if you are on some of the outer courts, to hear the Aussie, 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 or you can see the green and yellow, or just the Australian flag. It really does, kind of give you that extra boost.
And I presume this does as well, to meet royalty, to have them there, to go and have to go and have a little chat with them. It's the future king and queen, and it's just all part of this being a very, very special occasion at Wimbledon.
This is what Wimbledon is about. This is why Wimbledon is the greatest tournament that tennis players, both men and women, they covet to play here.
Did you see Martina there, just touching the rosewater dish?
Well, she's touched it a few times. She's had 9 times to have her hands around that dish, as Billie Jean has numerous times as well. But, this is what makes Wimbledon so unique. The fact that she can come up the stairs after seeing her name on the honour board and speak with the 3 royals and see other tennis royalty, former champions. And then this has to be where your heart is absolutely pounding right now.
Yeah. And look at the reception that she's going to get from the crowd there underneath on the balcony. So many of them will have been inside centre court to watch the match, and they flooded outside to see Ashley Barty as she holds the famous rosewater dish aloft. And we're wondering, before we came back, what this would mean now for Ash. And now that she's won this title, she's got 2 Grand Slam titles to her name. Are we going to see a bit of a change in what we've seen in the last few years in ladies tennis, where so many players have, the Grand Slam titles have been shared around so many different names? Will she go on to now be the dominant force in ladies tennis and add to her list of Grand Slam titles in the next few?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Adam. I have a suspicion that this will open up the floodgates for Ash. Now a 2-time Grand Slam champion. I think she's had opportunities at some other of the slams over the past couple of years, has not been able to make her way through to another final. But I think the way that she's just handled herself here now throughout this past fortnight, there's going to be many more Grand Slam titles ahead for Ash Barty. Because she has a game, doesn't she, that does work on all the surfaces. Some of the Grand Slam title winners we've seen in the past couple of years, you'd say, okay, well, that really suits clay, but we're going to wonder how you get on some of the other surfaces. She will be able to give the other slams. Obviously, US Open, the Australian Open, she has to deal with playing in front of a home crowd, but her game does translate exceptionally well to all of the surfaces.
Well, this is Ash Barty world #1 and now Wimbledon champion, meeting her team. Got Craig Tyzzer there, her coach, and her boyfriend alongside her, the golfer. What a moment for her.
You're allowed to be like, how are you feeling? Exactly what it's all about.
It's not today, it's never.
Yeah. When else are you allowed to do it? Well.
Hey, what's with these low key
It's no low key.
There's enough buoy coming there. We're like, no. Stretch.
Book practice for tomorrow.
Quick.
Chalky milk, get on it.
One jog, yes.
Sorry, I'm late.
They left one on the court.
Hold on, mate.
I think I'm enjoying you. I'm never coming back. You're going to use it. I get my little badge. A little bit of quiet time. Yep. Pop out when you're ready. Yep.
A really lovely moment there, Ash Barty, getting the opportunity to celebrate and reflect with her team. It's been we throughout the tournament, hasn't it, for her? She's always spoken about just how important her support group are here, and not just at Wimbledon, but at all of the tournaments she play into. Her success is very much a team effort for Ash. And what struck me there, Mark, was, you saw the moment where it became too much, the realisation of what she's achieved. And I think in modern sport, not just tennis, but all sports where they all have psychologists, they're all taught how to deal with their emotions, how to deal with the big occasion. But there is a time where you do just have to let it all go and accept that what you've just achieved on centre court is overwhelming.
It's probably more overwhelming right now, given what the world is experiencing, and the fact that Ash is here just with a small group. Parents are back home. I know that they would have dearly loved to have been here, and if they'd had that opportunity to fly in. She is so much of a, as you say, a team player. She speaks about her team. She speaks about her family, and I'm sure that she can't wait to just, well, after media commitments, to just stick with her little crew and enjoy and look back at what the 2 weeks and how it's unfolded.
Part of that is also wrapped up in the fact that she won't be going home for a long time, will she? Because the Australians, particularly on tour this year, have got to leave the country for quite a while, potentially now through this summer swing, the hard court swing, through to the US Open, before she can return.
Australian tennis players are travellers. That's part and parcel of us. Obviously, geographically, we are a distance away from a lot of tournaments right now, and it's unfortunate that Ash probably won't go home until after the US Open, given that it is such a significant victory. But Zoom calls, FaceTiming, I'm sure that as she's walked back into the locker room, that there'll be some. The lines might be a little clogged going back to Australia right now.
Despite the time difference.
She said in the interview, didn't she, the post-match interview, she's going to keep it quiet and low-key. What was it like after you'd won Wimbledon? Did you and Todd keep it quiet and low-key? So. How special were those moments afterwards? There's some memories that you've got from, the few hours after it had all sunk in?
We couldn't wait to get back inside to see our coach, our trainer. They're the people that have been there and supported you and helped guide you. And then I guess the next stage is, just getting up to our wives to be, our our girlfriends at the time, and get upstairs. And it was almost like a tradition here for Australians, is to take those trophies and just share them. Let your team have a look at that trophy and hold it as well. But there's you go out and have a jolly time. Is that the term that we use?
I think we understand.
Jolly time.
I think we understand the phrase.
Yeah.
When does it sink in? Because obviously we've just seen a huge amount of emotion there from Ash, so clearly it's starting to. But how long does it take for you to sit down and think, I am a Wimbledon champion?
I think it hits home in a larger sense when you play next, you walk onto the court and they introduce you as Wimbledon champion. That certainly, for me, there was always a chill coming back, just the hairs on the back of my neck, coming back to Wimbledon, but then at the next time to be able to walk onto a major court and be introduced as a Wimbledon champion. I think that's when your heart rate just picks up a little extra beat, a few extra beats.
And for the days, or I suppose the hours after you'd won, what would happen? Would you leave the following day, or did you stay and enjoy your time in London for a little while afterwards? How did it work?
Again, for tradition, Todd and I, we always wanted to stick around and go to the Wimbledon Ball. We felt that was the historical aspect for Wimbledon, to be able to go to the Champions Ball, get dressed up in tuxes, and again, just take our wives and our team, our support crew, and just really, I guess, swim in amongst, what Wimbledon is all about with other previous champions.
I remember when we were speaking to Simona Halep after she'd won the title the last time we were here at Wimbledon in 2019, she said almost as soon as she'd won that final point, that was the thought that came into her mind. What am I going to wear? What do we get to eat? Who do I get to meet? She was really looking forward to that ball. It's a special occasion.
It is, and sitting there, you have a table of obviously friends and family, and it is, even though the focus is predominantly on the two singles champions, obviously they get up and they don't have to do a dance together. They used to. I think there's a lot of relief in some of today's players, although Novak tends to try and draw his counterpart up onto the dance floor. But it is just special that you're acknowledged by those in attendance at the Champions Ball.
Yeah, it is a very special occasion, and for Ash, obviously that isn't happening this time. But she's got, I think they come back for interviews on the Monday, so it doesn't really finish. You don't just leave Wimbledon, do you? There's more to come. You come back and do interviews as the champion here.
I think tomorrow she'll have a day full of commitments, and where she'll be front and centre with that trophy and acknowledged as a worthy Wimbledon champion.
Yeah.
It's not just the ladies' singles final, of course, here on the Saturday at the Championships. Loads of great matches that we've been watching from all around the grounds. Let's head inside court number 3, and it is the gentlemen wheelchair doubles final. What a pair these two are. The top seeds, the British players, Hewitt and Reid, and they're up against Egberink and Gerard, a Dutch and Belgian pair. And it is Hewitt and Reid who won the first set 7-5, and they lead 5-2 in the second, just a game away from winning the title once again. And you can join the commentators there on court 3. Good stuff.
First service.
That was close.
I agree with you there.
I'm surprised they didn't challenge that, in fact, because it's a double fault, and those have been few and far between. That's the second of the match from Hewitt and Reid.
30-15.
Big chase on here. Oh, goodness me, what a point.
Oh, it's a great stretch again, and he got it in. Court coverage is amazing.
Surely he won't get to that.
Could have worked so hard to get a point.
29 strokes in the rally.
40-15.
40-15. 5-2, and after 1 hour and 48 minutes, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid have 2 championship points. Oh.
40-30.
No strings attached with that second serve.
He's got another serve.
Second championship point. Oh, what a way to finish. And the celebrations can begin for the Wimbledon Gentlemen's Wheelchair Doubles Champions. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid have done it. Well, it was a contest fitting for a final. The standard of tennis was quite sensational. And all credit to Tom Egberink and Joachim Gerard, who played some outstanding tennis at times. And very nearly won the first set. Reid and Hewitt had to save 2 set points, and Alfie Hewitt thoroughly enjoying the applause and the support he's receiving around this court 3.
Fantastic. I think these two as a pair are just almost unbeatable. I'm really looking forward to them going to Paralympics and getting a gold medal, or trying. But to get there, or get another Grand Slam at Wimbledon in doubles for them is just phenomenal. Such long points, have to work really hard, and the quality of each point.
Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid have defeated Tom Egberink and Joachim Gerard in straight sets 7-5, 6-2. And down on the court, looking after the presentation, is Barry Cowan.
The trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and the runners-up at the Gentlemen Wheelchair Doubles Final. On court for this presentation, please welcome Ashley Tatum and Rachel Bayash, who are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, this year's runners-up From the Netherlands, Tom Egberink, and from Belgium, Joachim Gerard. And now, the 2021 Wimbledon champions with their 4th title, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
And there they are, the 4-time champions. Reid and Hewitt have done it again.
They are funny. They do like having a bit of laugh as well. And it's great. It brings a bit of fun to the championships.
Alfie, Gordon, congratulations. How much does it mean for you to win your 4th title?
Yeah, you can hear me. Obviously, it's a great achievement. It's been 2 years since we last been here, and I think we missed it last year, obviously, with COVID and that. So to be back here and be playing with Gordon, it's an unbelievable place to play for us Brits, and we've had great success here. So to continue that today and get our 4th title is something I know we're really happy about. So thanks to everyone who came and supported. I know there's another pretty big final going on, so I appreciate everyone staying here today and watching us.
And Gordon, I'm sure you got a special word for this great crowd today.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Alfie said a lot of it there. But firstly, congratulations, Tom and Joe. It was a really tough match today for us. We had to dig ourselves out of a hole in that first set. You guys played great. But yeah, thanks so much everybody that was watching today. Like Alfie said, we really missed it last year, playing in front of a home crowd and having that backing behind us. So thanks very much for helping us get over the finish line at the end. Thank you.
The key to the win ended up being at the end of the first set and at the beginning of the second. What did you do differently to turn it around?
I think we had to be a little bit more proactive. I thought that those guys were doing a really good job of neutralising our aggression, so we had to try and take the ball a bit earlier, take their time away, and just be a little bit more composed, and just come up with a couple of Hail Mary shots as well. But there's small margins at this level, and there was such a tight match. It just came down to a few points.
Well done. It was a fantastic final. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles with their 4th Wimbledon title, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid.
Well, if you are just joining us on the Wimbledon channel, where have you been? We've had an extraordinary day of sport already. Spoiler alert though, look away now, as Ashley Barty has won her first Wimbledon title. There she is on the balcony with the Venus Rosewater dish. And we have the highlights of her victory over Karolina Pliskova for you here. The first Grand Slam final with a capacity crowd since the 2020 Australian Open. And my goodness, didn't they enjoy what they saw?
Pliskova is going to really have to go big on the first couple of shots. But Barty is so good at scrambling and defense to keep the point alive.
Oh, what a start for the Aussie.
Well, first she's got to settle down. That's first thing, because she's not thinking clearly, Pliskova. And
Barty leads by 2 games.
broken at love.
Game. Barty.
12 points in a row for the world #1. Much for Pliskova to contemplate at the change of ends.
Game. Barty.
Well, said today, earlier, that as her serve goes, as her game goes, and the serve is just not there for Pliskova.
Just long. The start has almost been too good.
Love 30.
And that's going to feel an awful lot better. She'll take anything right now. Still Barty cruising there in this opening set. 4-1, the Australian leads. Just long, and I'm afraid it's another break.
Wow, much better returning from Pliskova.
A really wayward opening set.
Her velocity.
It's been a nerve-filled set, but the world #1 has been the first to settle as she takes it in the end by a comfortable 6 games to 3.
Legs look like they have weights on them. It's just so hard to move.
Barty breaking Pliskova for the 4th time in this final. And the Aussie in full control now.
By 1 set to love. Game.
And we're in very good stead here. Confident service game from Barty as she extends her lead.
Punishing forehands. Such great balance from Barty.
That's more like it. Rebecca's sense of the check hanging on here.
Wow, that's a committed return.
Best shot she's hit today.
Now 14.
We have a final. Everything going Pliskova's way now. What a transformation in this Wimbledon final.
Mission impossible, it seems.
You stole my line, John. I was waiting for that.
Oh, sorry.
Back to work.
Called out.
Super approach from Barty. The slice stayed down low.
30 love.
Great point. Little casual that last volley, I'd say.
40-15.
Not as comfortable with the net as Barty would be. Backhand slice from Barty got her out of trouble about 4 times in that point.
And Barty slices and hustles her way to a vital break. And she now will serve for the title. It's a loose game from Barty. And Pliskova lives on.
Racket head speed, velocity, creep over.
Should take it. That is for sure.
A roar from Pliskova, and that sends pressure Barty's way.
3-2, Pliskova.
Great to see this positivity.
She's made it. Everything going Pliskova's way right now.
Well, you got that right, that's for sure. Lady Luck has turned on her side in the nick of time.
Can you believe it? What a turnaround. What an extraordinary final it's turning into. And we are going the distance as Pliskova takes the second set by 7 games to 6.
shot. The ideas make sense, but not the execution there.
Oh, beautifully done. Cross-court tennis has a language all of its own, and at times Barty is completely fluent in it. What an important hole, start of this final set.
Love 14.
Such a clean ball striker.
Well, these have really hurt her in this final, and in a way Barty gifted a break right at the start of this final set. Beautifully done.
Game. Pliskova.
You give her time on that forehand, watch out.
She made it, she has. That is like lightning.
Ball was close to being wide. Pliskova chose to keep playing it.
Has she made that? She has.
Can't help but smile there.
That has to be the point of the match.
15-love.
Cross-court tennis at its very best.
Casual but effective.
Game. Pliskova.
Barty will have to serve it out. Oh, yes.
Oh, boy, she loved that stab going over.
Advantage
lot of time to find your 7th ace of the match. A destiny fulfilled. What a way to join Margaret Court and her mentor Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley on the Venus Rosewater dish.
What a moment for Ash Barty. 10 years since becoming the junior champion here, and 50 years since Yvonne Goolagong's first win here in 1971. On the 50th anniversary, wearing the dress inspired by her, she wins her first Wimbledon title. The look on her face, I think, says it all. Joining us up on the balcony here, Laura Robson, you've been commentating on that final. You've hot-footed up here from centre court. How was that?
I was a bit nervous at the beginning of the match, especially when Ash Barty won the first 14 points of the match, and you thought, oh no, it's not even going to be competitive. But Pliskova turned it around really well and was able to find her level, and I think it was great for her because, you know, we all know how good she is when she's on, and especially after the semi-final, I thought it was going to be a very close match. So, yeah, I'm glad that Pliskova was able to get herself in the match, but Ash Barty was just phenomenal. Under pressure, the way that she's able to deliver and to raise her intensity, to just not miss balls. And today I thought the backhand slice worked really, really well. She was keeping it low to Pliskova and forcing her to kind of get under the ball, which she doesn't like to do. But I'm just really happy for Ash Barty, to be honest. I think she's a really nice girl and is so humble, comes across so well, especially in the speech today. And I think she's won over a lot of people over the last 2 weeks with how she's played, but also because she's just a great girl.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was a dry eye in centre court because both women were so emotional, which was, on the one hand, lovely to see, but you could just see how much it meant to them both. I mean, Ash was on her knees, like kept going down on her knees at the end. It was, how did you feel? Because I certainly filled up.
Yeah.
I felt quite emotional as well. I just could tell that it meant so much to her, and I think the difficulty is that, of course, her family's not with her and her friends aren't with her, and I think that added an element of emotion as well, because when she said in her speech that she would see them in a couple of months, my heart kind of broke for her, because that would have been such a fantastic moment to share with her parents, with the people that have got her to that stage. And yes, she had her coach and her boyfriend and a couple of other people with her, but it's not the same, is it? You want to hug your mum and dad after a match like that, and I think she will obviously speak to them on the phone and FaceTime, but it's not the same. And I think it's just such a fantastic effort that her team has made to travel for 8-9 months in a row, knowing that they can't go home. And all credit to them, because that is a really tough year that they're about to have, that they're only probably halfway through, but made well worth it from moments like today.
How many Australians were there in centre court? We saw a few going in. It sounded like there were a few.
There's a few. There was probably more out in the grounds. I was expecting more on Henman Hill, to be honest, than centre court, but I did have a couple of Australians in front of me, and there was a few Aussies, but I don't think they were quite aware of the Barty party. So I think they will be after today. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of people in Australia are well in the Barty party tonight.
I think so. Early hours of Sunday now, isn't it, for them?
I know, and you could hear Sue Barker referencing that as well. I'm sure they had a few frothies out, as they say, right?
Absolutely. I mean, a word for Karolina Pliskova. It was both their first Wimbledon final. Do you think that maybe had an effect, as you said, about how the match started with Barty getting the first, 14 points of the match?
It really did, and you could tell how nervous she was. The feet just were not moving, and I was willing her on from the booth because I just wanted it to be a close match. And I think as the scoreline got away from her, she started to loosen up a bit, because at 5-1 in the first set, she probably thought, I've got nothing to lose here. I'm getting beat down, basically, and all I can do is try playing my best tennis and enjoy the situation a bit more. And you saw how much she enjoyed, especially the tiebreak in the second set, and how much emotion she had, and was screaming a lot, which you don't often see from her, but in big matches when it really counts, then that's where the emotion comes out. And I think just wasn't quite able to keep her level in the third, not in the same way that Barty was. But yeah, I think overall a really good women's final.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's gone down very well on social media, as you would probably expect. We'll have a look through what's been going on. Here we go. This is Brisbane Heat. This is Ash Barty's former cricket team. This was from yesterday. Yeah, it was that good, wasn't it, Cameron Bash? dropping a
That was my fault. I bit my water.
That's all right. Wishing her very good luck in the final. She's getting some support from pretty much everywhere. She's a multi-sport athlete, really, isn't she, Ash? She was out on the practice courts yesterday with, is that an Aussie rules ball?
It is an AFL ball. She often warms up with it. Prior to the French Open final, she was playing cricket with her team, and I asked her coach, Craig Tyzzer, if they were going to do the same thing, and they said there was an area that they could do it, but it was a little bit dangerous. So I'm sure they warmed up either with the AFL ball or playing cricket as well.
I mean, that's got to help, right? Being so good at so many different sports, that's going to help with the hand-eye coordination.
And she's a good golfer as well. Like, I think anything with the ball, she picks it up really, really quickly. But she's just got that natural athleticism, natural feel in her hands as well, where you think that if she put her mind to it, she could probably go professional in just about anything.
It's a pretty good way to be, isn't it? It's not too bad at all. But I think it also may help her kind of separate her mind when she is going into such a big match like that. She's able to go and have fun playing something else, and then, you know, especially in a warm-up situation, and then she tunes her head into what she's actually got to do on the court.
Yeah, and I think it's nice to mix it up as well, because you go through the same routine every day, not only in practice but for every single match. And you know, with the amount of tennis that she's played over the last few months already, since the Australian Open, it's just nice to change things up, have a bit of fun on the side of the court, and get, you know, her whole team involved rather than it just being tennis, tennis, tennis.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a very good day, hasn't it, for Australians here at Wimbledon, because not only has Ash won, earlier on in the day on court number 3, Dylan Alcott also won. And there he is with the two champions now at Wimbledon. This was earlier this morning, both of them looking forward to performing here, both of them champions, of course, as well. And then, obviously, once she won, the messages started flooding in. First one out was Simona Halep, obviously can't be here to defend her title. Could not be happier for you, she said. Huge congratulations on your Wimbledon title. Enjoy every second. She'll be knowing exactly what she's going through after winning it a couple of years ago. Rod Laver as well, he wished her well before the match, and he knows what it's like to win around these parts as well, doesn't he?
He certainly does. What a lovely message from him as well. That will mean a lot to Ash to see these. I mean, she probably hasn't even had time to look at these messages coming in.
Will be blowing up,
her
I'd
phone,
imagine.
will be going absolutely mental. But it's just so nice for all these great, incredible people to recognise what Ash has done. And then we are Petra Kvitova as well, fellow Czech to Pliskova, but still congratulating Ash Barty on her win. Obviously a previous Wimbledon champion too.
Wasn't just tennis players though either. Kylie Minogue's been watching. Yeah, I think she enjoyed herself, Kylie, watching this one.
Absolutely. Well, Kylie and Danny often go to the Australian Open and go and watch, so they are definitely tennis fans. So that's awesome, Kylie Minogue tweeting out. I mean, love
that's
it.
what you want if you get some attention from Kylie Minogue.
She's obviously up watching the match.
Yeah, good for her. Good for her. And yet, obviously Australia is such a great sports nation, isn't it? Glenn Maxwell, the Australian cricket team, calling her a superstar. We've also got, this is her AFL team, Richmond. This one might mean the most to her of all, right? This one, a champion effort, inspiration to us all. Congratulations on making history. I bet she can't wait to go and watch Richmond, because of the fans I spoke to earlier, that was one of them was also a Richmond fan. I think that's maybe why they were so excited this afternoon.
She loves that team, so she'll be delighted to receive that. And oh my goodness, this iconic picture.
This is the one. We were waiting pretty much from the moment it looked like she was closing in for somebody to do this. You've seen this picture knocking around on social media. How old was she there? She's about
5 or
5 years old.
You almost need the junior title in there as well, the junior Wimbledon title in the middle. For the,
it's funny you should say that.
Timeline. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Just
it's
like
almost like we planned it, Jenny. Yeah, as you were saying, 10 years ago, a junior champion and now a Wimbledon champion, and plenty of life experiences in between. Superb stuff. But look, lots of interesting people in the Royal Box today, and Imi has been catching up with Oliver Dowden, who's the Secretary of State here in the UK for Digital, Culture, Media and Sports.
So Wimbledon being part of the government's event research programme, do you think it's been a success?
Yes, well, it's marvellous to be here and seeing British summertime coming to life, but done in a safe way. And it's really important that people coming here are either proving that they've had their 2 jabs in 2 weeks, or they've had a test, in order to ensure that this is a safe environment, but one where we can also learn about how we could potentially expand this COVID certification to other venues.
And what does it mean for England to have sport back and to have Wimbledon back like this at full capacity?
Well, it's wonderful. We missed it so much last year, and I was determined that if we could get it back in a safe way, I really wanted it to happen. And I wanted it to happen with fans as well, because you felt the energy in there today, and you could feel them influencing the match in a way, and that is part of the joy of Wimbledon. It's part of the joy of many of our summer sporting events.
Well, exactly. Along with Wimbledon, we've got the Euros, and on Sunday, England are in the final. What does that do for the British psyche, especially after all this pandemic?
Well, I think after this terrible year, it really gives us a wonderful lift and a boost, people being able to come here and see Wimbledon again, that sense of normality slowly returning, cautiously returning, and then to have the fantastic final here in England, and hopefully we'll go all the way tomorrow night.
So let's look now to the future of Wimbledon. There's lots of exciting plans for Wimbledon development. What does that mean for sport in our country and showcasing sport?
Well, look, Wimbledon has always been the crown jewel of global tennis, and when you speak to the top players, they all want to come to Wimbledon and win at Wimbledon. But we can't rest on our laurels, so it's important that we keep on investing in the sport. And I've been briefed on the fantastic plans there are to expand Wimbledon further to make sure it remains the world's premier tennis tournament, and I'm sure that will be the case for generations to come.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks very much.
Well, so many very famous faces in the Royal Box, but there is one extremely famous face around here at Wimbledon, 5-time Wimbledon champion Novak Djokovic. He tomorrow will be playing to see whether or not he can win his 20th Grand Slam and equal that of Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal. Laura, what a big day that is for Novak. This tournament, since the first match, he dropped the first set against Jack Draper. Since then, though, he really has just been looking incredible.
I think Jack Draper's going to be taking that one well, because to be the only person to take a set off Djokovic in a tournament is quite an accomplishment, and with the way that he's playing, it's just absurd how well he handles the pressure and how well he scrambles his opponent's mind when they do have an opportunity in the semi-final. Shapovalov had chances. He had something like 11 break points, and every single time you just felt like, oh, here we go, Djokovic is going to find another gear, and just forces errors, because opponents know that he's so unbeatable and has that aura around him that perhaps Nadal and Federer did a couple of years ago, where they only think they're going to get one chance, and you see them start to sort of overthink the situation when it is in reach. And I just think he is by far the favourite. I don't want to put Berrettini down, but you just can't imagine him coming out on Sunday and winning against someone who's so accomplished and who says he wants to not only equal Federer and Nadal's Grand Slam record, but go way beyond that. And I think he was talking about going further than Serena Williams and Margaret Court, trying to reach 25, 26. But you think he can do it with the way that he's playing and the longevity of him as well. It never seems like he's injured.
I mean, is that one of his biggest strengths? We saw it against Denis Shapovalov, where his opponents feel like they have to just do so much to beat him that they almost try things that they shouldn't do.
Yeah, you can almost see his opponents overthinking the situation and just trying to do too much, or maybe not going for enough in the moment, because they're under so much pressure to try and convert the break points or try and serve out the set. And I think it must feel a bit annoying as well to know that it's best of 5, and even if you do win a set, you think, oh, I've got another 2 to go, which is almost impossible against Djokovic. And I think so many of the players will have noticed how good he was against Nadal at the French Open a couple of weeks ago in that incredible match, and I'm pretty sure every single player, WTA and ATP, watched that one, so they know that he's just got another level every single time, and even against Nadal on clay, he can come through and win.
You touch on the 5 sets thing there, Laura. How much of an advantage is that for Djokovic? We saw it in the final against Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas was 2 sets to love up against him at Roland Garros, but that's not good enough. You know, Novak Djokovic is just a machine over 5 sets.
He is, and you could almost tell that he wasn't even phased.
Exactly.
When he went 2 sets to love down. He didn't look under any pressure, didn't look uncomfortable with the situation, and just dug deep and finds a way to win those matches, because he knows his opponents are going to be nervous. They know that he's able to kind of reach within himself and find more energy all the time. Seems like he's the fittest athlete on earth for me, where he just never looks out of breath, never looks tired, and across best of 5, I just don't think there's anyone better.
It's interesting, I saw somebody collated the statistics of him over 5 sets. When he wins the first set, it's 200 and he's lost like 20. When he loses the first set, it's almost 50-50. It's almost a coin flip. Does that pile even more pressure on starting well tomorrow?
I think so, and for Berrettini, he's a big guy, he's got big strokes, huge serve, so if he can handle the nerves well and come out firing and get an early break here and there, get a bit of confidence from that and release some tension, because he will be so nervous. I don't think there's any way around that. It's just accepting how you're feeling. But he's got the game to be really dangerous, as we've seen, and especially going back a couple of weeks ago to Queens, where he just totally dominated the tournament, and he's looked really solid in this event. So I hope it's going to be super competitive. I think everyone is picking Djokovic though, aren't they? So it's just about how Berrettini can start the match and whether he believes.
Interesting. Well, let's hear from the favourite going for number 20. This is Novak Djokovic yesterday in his press conference.
Thank you. What would it mean to you this weekend if you win a 6th Wimbledon final and, of course, level with Roger and Rafa on slam number 20?
Well, it would mean everything, and that's why I'm here. It's why I'm playing, and I imagine myself being in a position to fight for another Grand Slam trophy prior to coming to London, and I put myself in a very good position. So anything is possible in the finals. Obviously, experience is on my side, but Berrettini has been winning a lot of matches on grass courts this year, winning Queens. He's in great form. He's serving big, playing big. So it's going to be a very tough match, I think, for both of us. But I'm looking forward to a great battle.
Mike McIntyre.
Mike McIntyre, Match Point Canada. Novak, what can you say about what you saw from Dennis today? And you've won 7 times against him now at the professional level. What evolution have you seen in his game from the first match to this one today?
Well, I never lost to him, but last 3-4 matches that we played against each other were very, very close. Today again, 3 very tight sets. He was a better player, I think, for the first couple of sets. He was serving for first set. He was better for most of the second set. Had a lot of opportunities and just didn't manage to close it out when he needed to. In the important moments, I think I probably held my nerves better than he did, and just played, make him play an extra shot and make him do an unforced error, which was the case. And it's tough to place Dennis, because particularly on grass and on quicker surfaces with a lefty serve that he's got, he can hit any spot. I think he's one of the best serves on the tour, without a doubt. When he's feeling that serve, it's a weapon on any surface against anyone. And I think he has matured, as a player. I feel like he's just probably taking down the number of the unforced errors comparing to maybe last year. I feel like he's always been a very aggressive player, trying to make winners come to the net, dictate the play from the back of the court. So, but I feel like now he's probably a bit more patient in his game, so he's understanding how to construct the point. But unfortunately for him, that was maybe lacking in important moments, and I just managed to force him to do an error and just play the right shots at the right time.
On Sunday, you and the England football team are going to have something in common, that you're both going to be up against Italian opposition. And just seems every match on centre court, you seem to be winning the crowd as well. So I just wonder how important is it, how much would you like and how much you'd appreciate having home support as you seek to make your own bit of history on Sunday?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to have the home support, as you mentioned, but I hope that I will have, I hope that I'll have stadium on my side. Every player hopes in a big matches coming into, big stadiums, that he's going to have a majority of the crowd behind him. Having the crowd behind you or against you it's a big difference, So, yeah, I mean, Berrettini. His first time in Grand Slam finals. He's kind of an underdog there, and people also like to see someone win who is an underdog or is not maybe expected to win and is not a favorite to win. But hopefully people can also recognize the also importance of this match for me and the history that is on the line. And I'm prepared for anything really that is going to happen in terms of the crowd support on Sunday. I've had many different experiences throughout my career, so I just need to focus on myself and what I need to do. I know my strengths. I know what I'm capable of, and I rely on that. Obviously, it's not a guarantee that when you are in this situation that you're always going to find a way. But at least you can rely on the things that that work for you. So again, today I found a way to win all 3 sets that were very close. They could have gone a different way, but the final result is what counts.
Quentin.
Well, here's the man that he's taking on tomorrow, out on court 10, practicing, Matteo Berrettini, the 7th seed. Laura, has he got a chance?
I want to be nice and say yes. I think he could definitely win a set or 2. Do I think he can win the tournament? Maybe not, but stranger things have happened.
So what is it? The Jimmy Connors used to say that's why they put up the net. That's why they play the games, right?
You can only play one person on the day, and who was it who said when the match starts it's
Denis Shapovalov.
Oh yeah,
I think it was before the semi-final. When the match starts, it's 0-0.
Exactly.
I like that saying.
Didn't work for Denis, but it might work for Matteo.
But he had chances though, and that may give him some hope that, I guess, on another day, if things break right for Denis Shapovalov, he's in the final. He had, like you say, 11 break points. You take 2 of those, you never know.
Yeah, and I'm sure Berrettini would have watched some of that and figured out what tactics Shapovalov used that really worked and which ones didn't. But they play different games as well, so I think Berrettini's going to get more free points off his serve, probably come to the net a bit more than Shapovalov did. So, yeah, it's different player, different opponent, and who knows? He could win.
Do you think it's as much of a mental battle for Berrettini tomorrow as it is a tennis battle against Novak Djokovic? Because we've talked about nerves, and if he can manage that side, then his tennis is going to be far more relaxed and natural. He wants to play his best tennis when he is relaxed. Most players do. Do you think that if he can manage his head in the game, then that will really help him?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be really tough though, and I always think centre court, more than any other court, must be the toughest one to walk out on for a final, because you've got all the past champions, all the trophies, the famous quote above the doors, and there's so much history and tradition behind it. And I always feel like out of all the slams, this is the one that people dreamt of winning when they were younger. And Matteo said a really nice thing in his semi-final on-court interview where he said, I didn't even dream of this because it was too much for a dream. And the same with Ash Barty as well, where it's realising a childhood dream to even step out there in the final, let alone win the tournament. So, yeah, if he can control the nerves, sure, why not? But it's going to be difficult, and I'm sure there's going to be lots of famous faces again in the Royal Box, lots of
that's another
people
factor,
in the crowd,
isn't it?
and you have to try not to look. It's really hard, especially today when you see Tom Cruise up there. You've got to focus on the match and focus on the tennis.
And Martina Navratilova and Billie Jean King critiquing your tennis, so you can see they were gesticulating throughout the match. It was quite incredible to watch.
Yeah, it was so funny. It seemed like they were talking about Pliskova's net game, weren't they? Where they were just making so many hand movements, reacting after every point. There was lots of hands over the eyes, and yeah, I wouldn't want them to do that to my match because it's very intimidating to have the greats watching you.
Speaking of the greats watching you, Imi has been out watching Matteo Berrettini warming up today.
Here on court 10 behind me, as you can see, is Matteo Berrettini. He is the first Italian man to reach a final at the men's singles in Wimbledon. He's just been practicing here last day before he's facing world #1 Djokovic. Let's just see if we can wish him good luck. He's got some Italian patriots there who are rooting for him. This is a really special moment because tomorrow, full capacity at centre court. Right now, on the Saturday, a very quiet, chilled out atmosphere before he's going to be really facing it for his country. There's also the Euros, England, Italy tomorrow as well. So it's a big day of sport for Italy. Let's see. There he goes. Matteo, in bocca al lupo.
Very slick indeed from Imi there. I love it. Love a bit of Italian.
Do you speak any?
No, absolutely not. I mean, like 5 or 6 words. Ciao. Yeah. That's about
Gelato.
it. Pardon?
Gelato.
Yeah, exactly, Laura. That's
I've got cars and pastas. I think that's about it. That's all I've got on my sleeve.
Prosciutto I funghi. That's about it.
Bread and mushroom?
Oh, ham and mushroom.
No? Ham and mushroom? Useless.
Anyway, I caught up with Matteo Berrettini himself after his semi-final victory yesterday in English. Well, huge congratulations, Matteo Berrettini, into your first Grand Slam final. You said on the court that you had no words and you needed a couple of hours to think about it. Now that you've thought about it and it's sunk in, can you tell me what's going through your mind?
I don't know, maybe they passed already, a couple of hours, maybe I need more, but it's just a really great feeling. I mean, I'm happy. I kind of cannot believe, but at the same time, I know I deserve it because today I felt really good in the court. I felt that I deserve it, and nothing. I'm playing my best tennis so far in my career, and I think this is something that I maybe dream about, but didn't really believe, and now I'm here, so I want to really enjoy it.
Well, Sunday is a huge day for yourself and for Italy as well. How do you prepare, and how do you get yourself in the correct mental space for such a big day?
I mean, I know and I don't know at the same time because I am gonna prepare like I always do. So tomorrow probably easy day, just a few minutes probably of practice, and then Saturday before the match, just easy dinner with my team and getting ready. You know, getting the good rest because it's gonna be a really tough match, a fight. So I need to feel like full of energies, and this is something really important. And I don't know. At the same time, that's why I said I don't know, because I never made the finals in a slam, but I'm sure that I'm going to be ready.
Well, it's new territory, but it's extremely exciting. Well done today, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, speaking to him yesterday evening, it was a media frenzy on the media balcony, and he was absolutely knackered. He was doing about 10 interviews, and credit to him, he did every single one, but he didn't really quite know what to say because he was like, I've never been in a Grand Slam final before, I don't really quite know how to approach it. How intimidating is that, Laura?
I wouldn't know. I've never been in a Grand Slam final. No, I think it's tough to know what to say, especially when you're still probably so emotional from winning in the semi-finals, and the adrenaline's kind of finally gone down, and the exhaustion kicks in because it takes so much out of you mentally as well as physically at this stage of the tournament, where it's been 2 very, very full-on weeks. And also for Berrettini, he spent a lot of energy watching his girlfriend Tomljanovic up until the quarterfinals. So yeah, he probably will sleep for 3 days after Sunday, but I think you know, it looks like he's enjoyed himself, and he's won over a lot of people. From Queens a couple of weeks ago, he became the fan favourite by the final, and I feel like it's going to be that way on Sunday.
Talking of expending energy watching him, my eyes are going to be drawn to his players' box, because Dad Luca, during the semi-final, did not look like he was having a good time.
No, I think it's got to be so stressful for parents and family in that situation to not react after every point, because I know when I'm watching someone, I get nervous probably more than you do when you play. So yeah, just don't look at the dad, focus on the tennis, and you'll be fine.
Absolutely. Well, it's not just his dad, it's his whole box as well. And I actually spoke to Vincenzo Santopadre a little bit earlier on, Matteo Berrettini's coach. Well, I have to say, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Matteo Berrettini's coach, Vincenzo Santopadre. Vincenzo, I would love to be able to do this interview in Italian, but my Italian is not good enough at all, so we will do it in English.
At least we try.
We try?
I try. My English is not so good. Maybe your Italian is better than me, my English, but we can try.
Absolutely not, absolutely not. Anyway, well, first of all, congratulations on what has been such a great tournament so far. Matteo in the final. Can you just tell me what it's been like the last couple of weeks in your shoes?
It's something really unbelievable. Matteo told this also after the match yesterday. It's something even more than a dream, but it's everything real. So we should think that it's so nice to live these moments and to think that tomorrow he can really win the tournament. So it's really amazing.
How do you manage the situation? He's in a Grand Slam final for the first time, but when I spoke to him yesterday, I said, how do you prepare? And he said, well, I don't know, but I think I still do the same thing. Because how do you manage that as a coach to keep him level?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know exactly, because it's my first final too, so it's something nice. But I think we'll do. Matteo answered really well. Okay, for us, nothing changes. We have like a day, like a very calm day today, and we have to continue to follow the previous days, because everything worked. So there is no, we have to continue like this.
And what do you think of the level of tennis he has been playing? At Queens he won there, playing some wonderful tennis, and then these last 2 weeks it's just been such good quality. What do you make of the way that his game has progressed?
I think day by day, match by match, point by point during the match, he was finding every time the best solutions. He was able every time to play more propositive. He was able to go to the net more, and I think his quality with the passing of the time has been such a good quality. Otherwise you cannot reach a final in Wimbledon.
Well, you talk about the passing of the time. You have been with Matteo from the very beginning. Tell me a little bit about how special you guys' relationship is on and off the court.
I think we are a little bit similar, like personality, so it was quite simple to find the empathy together, and I think it's something a little bit more, of course, than being a coach and a player, because when you pass so many time together and a lot of years, there is something more, and that I think that is something special and something more, something that adds a lot to us.
Well, I saw you practicing the other day and you just seemed to have so much fun. He was hitting the ball at you and you were picking it up at the net. So it seems to be great fun on the court, but obviously tomorrow is a really big day. He's playing the world #1 Novak Djokovic in his first Grand Slam final. How do you sit in the coach's box and remain calm?
I will try to remain calm. I know that we are used to be there, but it's my first time and his first time. So I always say to myself and to the team that everything we ask to Matteo, we have to work for, we have to practice for. And so if I want him to be like to live the moment and to feel the tension but being calm, I have to do the same. So it's nice because we'll have in a certain part the same job.
Exactly. And finally, if Matteo is victorious tomorrow and so are Italy, how good a day would that be?
I can't imagine.
Dream come true.
Dream come true, yeah. I think it's like this. Then I was saying, then I can die.
Don't do that. But anyway, Vincenzo, thank you so much for your time. Good luck to you and Matteo tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I hope to see you also next year in another final.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, it could be a big weekend, couldn't it, for Italy in sport with Berrettini in the Wimbledon final and their footballers playing England at Wembley. And we could end up with a unique double because no country has ever done the Wimbledon men's singles final win and Eurovision double, which Italy did earlier this year. Imi has been out and about tracking down some more guests from the Royal Box. Here she is with the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan.
Sadiq Khan, thank you for joining us. So here at Wimbledon, what does Wimbledon mean for London?
Look, Wimbledon puts London on the global stage, and isn't it fantastic that the first major event with a capacity crowds here at Wimbledon, and it's been a great ladies' final. But this tournament is more than just the elite players. This tournament is about giving something back to the community, and we saw last year Wimbledon doing so much for key workers, for free meals for those who need it the most, and we're really grateful.
And a full capacity event, as you just mentioned. How have you felt today? Has it been a success?
I've had goosebumps for the first time in a long time. It's great to see people back enjoying things like tennis. It's great to see the players raising their game because of the fans, and it shows the difference in relation to the impact of the fans on the players, and I'm really pleased that the world is seeing at London this weekend.
And speaking of a good impact, also the British people are going to be very happy about the Euros on Sunday. What do you think that does for the English people after this year that we've had?
Well, I think if there's going to be an Italian winning on Sunday, it should be at tennis, not in football. And so it's the one time where I don't mind Djokovic losing. But look, it's going to be great. I mean, the sport has this wonderful ability to bring people together, to inspire people, to raise their spirits. And after the last 60 months, we need that. And the great thing about a combination of both Wimbledon taking place over the last fortnight, but also the Euros over the month is London is getting back off its knees now. And I think we're going to have a great recovery this summer, partly because of the fantastic success of Wimbledon and the Euros.
Can you talk to us a bit about the future of Wimbledon with the Wimbledon Park project and your excitement about that development?
We've been working really closely with Wimbledon. I want to give them credit for the collegiate way they've been working with the local community, with the local councils, with us in City Hall, to make sure we can add value to what is the world's premier tennis tournament. I think this development will future-proof Wimbledon for years to come. It'll be amazing in years to come to see the qualifying events taking place here in Wimbledon. There's a cachet that Wolverhampton, as we do, that doesn't have. And so it's a good example of those who are leading Wimbledon now, planning for the future, and it bodes well for our city.
Well, welcome to day 11 of the championships here at Wimbledon. Looking very, very pretty. It's men's semi-finals day. Royal boxes filling up. David Beckham making an early bid for best dressed. Later on, Novak Djokovic versus Denis Shapovalov. We start with Hurkacz versus Berrettini. Thoroughly looking forward to it. Well, neither of these players have done this at Wimbledon before. Berrettini with the answers so far. That is a magnificent set of tennis from Matteo Berrettini. Hurkacz, he's made himself a part of this semi-final.
It's long, it's his. Matteo Berrettini will be in the Wimbledon men's singles final on Sunday.
So far, it's the best day tennis-wise of my life. Hopefully, Sunday's going to be even better. But I'm so proud to bring the flag here, and I feel kind of chills. But I mean, I'm doing it, so I have to believe it.
Very well done. Congratulations, Matteo.
Well, what a moment for Denis Shapovalov, who's doing this for the first time. And the noise lifts inside centre court. Djokovic rides out the Shapovalov storm. Well, brilliant from both men.
How can you call that on set point from Djokovic?
Ruthless at the end. A clinical champion, Djokovic and Shapovalov. How much he has given, how much he has shown for the future, but this man is the present.
There's no holding back, once you step out on the court, particularly at the later stages of an event that I always dreamed of winning. The dream keeps going, that's all I can say. I mean, giving up is never an option. Love you too.
He's through to the final to play Matteo Berrettini. Great match.
Well, I'm joined by Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt, who are the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles champions of 2021. Congratulations, obviously a successful duo. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was amazing. It's our fourth time winning the title here, but everyone's as special as the last. And obviously missing the tournament last year, it was really special to be out there and have the backing of the home crowd.
The crowd must have loved it because you are our British winners and you won in straight sets.
Yeah, the people who were there made it seem noisy. Unfortunately, we're on at the same time, so as the women's final. So we've maybe experienced it a bit louder in the past, but still to be back here and to be playing here after missing last year, it still made it quite sweet.
Fantastic. And what are some of the magical moments that you had on court then?
Well, we were 2 set points down in the first set at 5-4, so we did well to recover from that. I think we had to dig deep in that first set because the other guys were playing really well. And then once we took that first set, we managed to control the match from there. So the second set was a little bit less stressful.
Did you have any moments, because I know you're not allowed to do this in doubles, where you go, oh my God, you could have got that shot for me?
Do you like that? I'm not saying that very, very often because he's probably one of the best movers on grass. So if I'm saying that, I'm probably being very pessimistic with it all. So maybe Gordon.
There was one shot at the end of the match where I think he was trying to do a bit of a crowd pleaser, but it's fine. I'll let him off with one in the whole match. That's okay.
Did it work? Was that crowd?
No, we lost the point.
If we made it, it'd be fine. I'd love it.
All right. Well, congratulations, guys. The fourth time winning our 2021 doubles wheelchair champions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They are quite incredible. They are the most successful British duo of all time so far. But this was obviously a little bit earlier on. Ash Barty crowned the Wimbledon champion. Karolina Pliskova there with the runner-up trophy. What a match it was between these two ladies. And we can now hear from the finalist, Karolina Pliskova.
Hi, Karolina.
Hi.
Well done today, despite loss. It must have been pretty tough for you, the start of that match, where you lost the opening 14 points. Can you kind of talk us through what was happening there, what was going through your mind? I mean, it looked like it was going to be a horribly one-sided final, but you did so well to kind of turn it around. But what was going through your head at that moment?
Yeah, I mean, not ideal start of the final, of course. But I have to say, a lot of credit to her, because one thing is that I maybe didn't really start well, but I think she really made it super difficult for me to, just feel well. And actually, all the match, I think she did great stuff. She was playing well. I think maybe one of the best matches she played against me, because we played a couple of times, and I thought she was always a bit on and off, and this time I think she never was really off, even though I just came back in the second set from being a breakdown. But of course, horrible start. That's why even more like proud about the way how I find a way back in that match. And I mean, not really close to winning, but it was one set all after like I lost first 15 points, I think, in a row, or 14. So definitely horrible start. But it's how it is, and I think I just find a way how to play even without feeling that great on the court today. But I think it's just, as I said, because of her game as well. And of course, I don't have that many experiences to be in the final of Grand Slam, so I think it's, of course, some nerves were there, but I think I did quite good in the end to play a good match.
Ben Rothenberg.
Carolina, Ben Rothenberg, New York Times. Just what is you used the word proud a couple times there. What is your sort of mix now in terms of your pride in your performance in this match and in this whole tournament versus the disappointment of not getting the trophy? I guess, how do you sort of feel about those two sides of it now?
I mean, of course, now it's quite early to like really go through all the feelings, and it's actually mixed feelings because, of course, my dream always gonna be for now, forever, to win the Grand Slam, and I'm trying to do that for, like since I started actually to play tennis. Of course, I reached some goals which I always wanted, and this is going to be always my goal for now. But also I don't want to make like such a big drama from it, because I think it's also, to also be in the final here, especially I never, it's not that I didn't like Wimbledon, but it was never my favorite place. I never like played well here. I never felt so good here, but this time I think it changed a bit. The feeling about this tournament, the feeling about the people, I think the atmosphere there was just incredible today. Also, like the matches which I played the last, like 2-3 days, and I felt actually like super good after on court just to play in front of this crowd. So I think it's something what we play for, and in the end the result is just like we both try to win, so somebody has to lose, so you have to accept that. And I will definitely, I know how to lose, like believe me, I'm so good in that. So I'm gonna just like try to be back stronger, and of course there's gonna be next chances, I think plenty of them. I'm not gonna give up on that, so let's see what's gonna be.
Howard.
Hi, Howard Fendrich with the AP. How did you turn things around there? What do you think was the key for you, either just in your head or from a tennis standpoint, to making a close match there and pushing to a third set?
First of all, I think you always have to believe, that things can go your way, things can get better, which is, of course, was not easy, definitely not. And it was a tough moment because I thought like I can just play much better than I did. Of course, like also she played quite well. She didn't really miss much. She played everything super deep. So I think it was tough for me to really play my game at that moment. But I thought, like if I can get like a game just to start, or like a point to start, because actually I didn't make a point for the first 3 games. Then it can be like much better. And I actually know how to play with her. Of course, it's like always super difficult, but I know the strategy which I have to play to, like to be always close to her, which after I was able to do. But believe me, it was not nice start, and I didn't feel like I want to be there in the beginning of the match. But that's why I'm even more proud, because also I was thinking a bit about the about the final in Rome, where I didn't make a game. So I thought, oh no, this cannot be possible. This cannot happen again. But I just found a way, and I think that's the most important after a match like this, that I always find a way, no matter how you feel, no matter how the opponent is playing.
Eleanor Crooks.
Hi Carolina, Eleanor Crooks from PA Media. How important has this tournament been in reinforcing your belief that you can win one of these titles?
I would say very important, but it's not that I would never believe. Of course, me personally, with my game, with my team right now, with all the people which I really care about around me, and with my game, I always believe in that. But I think many people, they don't. So I think that's why sometimes it's been difficult. And of course, the game is not always, like you can always play well. So I think, just to find that balance in all those things between like people not believing you, then maybe not playing at your best for a couple of weeks, let's say, is sometimes difficult, but definitely now I have more trust and more belief and just like more of everything to go in the next Grand Slams. Also, it's been a while since I was actually in the second week of the Grand Slam. So I just hope everything's going to be a bit better now, all the tournaments, and let's see what's going to be in US Open. There's going to be next chance. I played the final there, so it's not impossible, and I will always try, so let's see.
Craig Gabriel.
9 Radio, Crosscourt, Australia. Carolina, if on court you said you never cry, so can you just maybe talk about the emotions that you were feeling as that match progressed, and at the end, how much it's actually hit you and affected you, and those sort of aspects?
You know, I think if I would lose that match in like 2 sets, I think I would be okay actually. But because it took me like so much effort actually today to just, you know, be where I was, even though I lost, but just somehow I was struggling, I was fighting, and yeah, it was a lot of energy I had to put in there just to have that set, at least the second set. And even in the third, I thought I was quite close for, you know, every her serve, and just was quite difficult game. Doesn't matter now, but somehow I thought the crowd was amazing. I felt like so much support from the crowd. And I enjoyed also, of course, Princess Kate was there, and I saw all of these people, you know, like just being there. Of course, you think about that, and I think I never had a better moment in my career, so of course it makes you a bit, let's say, more sensitive than I normally am. and I enjoyed that, but I didn't really, it was not the plan to cry, because I never, like, I don't want to cry on the court. I feel like, okay, cry in the locker room but not on the court, but somehow I could not. And the people, they didn't really help, so because they cheered so much, then just like too many emotions. And of course it's been like long 3 weeks since I was here in London in the bubble, so of course you're a bit tired, and then all the emotions, they just like go. So yeah, not proud about that.
Tumaini.
Tumaini Kara from The Guardian. Hi Carolina, you said earlier that you know how to lose, so I was wondering just how long have you always known how to lose, and how has that changed kind of over your career?
No.
I guess like also, go on.
No, not always. I think that's something what you have to also learn. I mean, to know how to win and to know how to lose, I think you need to learn that. But I mean, believe me, I think all the big champions and all the big names, they need to learn this, and they need to know how to also, like, you know, lose. It's, you know, in the end, somebody has to lose. You know, I don't want to be like, or behaving some, you know, like the way, I don't know, some people are just being like desperate or just being like super down. Of course you can be down, you know, but just don't show it to the people, because they don't really want to see this. Be down in your room, but not really like in front of the crowd. And I think also to accept that maybe somebody played better at that day, or somebody is just a bit better, no matter like for which reason, I think is also important. And yeah, I just know how to do that, yeah.
Well, that was Karolina Pliskova, very matter of fact and reflecting on her final performance there. But Laura, interesting, because coming into this, she dropped out of the top 10 for the first time in a very long time. She wasn't quite happy with being out on some of the other courts, the non-kind of big show courts, and also she was a bit annoyed with people criticising her tennis to her face and things like that. But she really stood up and played some great tennis these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think in a way being the dark horse in the tournament helped her out, because she had no pressure on her shoulders, no expectations going into the event. And yes, has had a couple of good results this year, but looking back to that Rome final where she lost 6-love against Swiatek, I think that had to dent the confidence slightly. And it took her a while to be able to pick her game back up, and just in time for Wimbledon was able to play well in the first round. I think from there just got a bit of confidence in her game on the grass, because she's not done that well at Wimbledon over the years, and you sort of automatically think, oh, big hitter, tall gal, she's going to be great. But grass requires a lot of strength in the legs, a lot of intensity around the footwork, and it requires you to get really low as well, which Pliskova doesn't really like. And I think with the courts being a bit slower this tournament, it has helped her out, and she's kind of found her game throughout the event and been better and better with each match. And in particular round 2, her match against Vekic was really good, and the semi-final against Sabalenka, and I think she can be maybe slightly disappointed with how she started the match today, but really positive about how she finished it and the intent that she showed to get herself back in it, and the way she competed as well, and showed us loads of emotion, which we don't often see from her, but you can tell how much she really cares.
How much will what's happened in the last 2 weeks help her going forwards now?
I think a lot, and her game has always worked really well on the hard courts anyway. She's done incredibly well at the US Open, making the final before a couple of years ago, and I think she can take only positives from this event, and in particular the way she competed today, and kind of show everyone what she can do again. But I would expect her ranking to be back in the top 10 in no time.
Absolutely. Well, we can now head to court 3, where we have some women's wheelchair doubles, and we have 2 Brits in action, actually. We can now join this live. It is in the tie-break of the second set. Yui Kamiji and Jordan Wiley looking for yet another Grand Slam title.
Finds the line. Brilliant tennis from Wiley.
1-0. Kimiji Wiley. Kimiji Wiley.
Finishing line drawing ever closer.
A strong start in the tie-break for Kamiji and Wiley.
Kimiji Wiley. First off.
First serve again. It's one-way traffic in this tiebreaker. It's a long way back now. This one, after all the drama, it's suddenly points coming thick and fast.
Yeah, it feels like we've had a really big shift in momentum, haven't we? It's falling heavily for Wiley and Kamiji.
That was a great pickup by Kamiji. Shuka's forehand looked like it had done the damage. But Kamiji was there brilliantly. And it's going to be 6 championship points for Wiley and Kamiji. They're back again. Wiley and Kimiji are the champions once more at Wimbledon.
7-6.
It's the 5th time that they have won this title together as a pair, and the first time since 2017. Jordan Wiley shows she can do it as a mum. Superb final. Great effort, you have to say, from Montjane and Shuka, who were outplayed for the first 7 games, but made it highly competitive in the second set. But this experienced duo just had too much in the end as they win through 6-love, 7-6 in an hour and 24 minutes of thoroughly entertaining tennis.
And you've got a feel for Shuka and Montjane there. As you said, it was a tough 7 games, but that second set was so competitive. You've got a feel for them in that tiebreak. It just ran away from them, didn't it? And didn't really reflect the competitiveness of that second set.
Yeah, Montjane will continue to try and make history. Already has made history this week, of course, just by reaching 2 Wimbledon finals, being a great ambassador from her homeland, and she will get the chance to perhaps become a Wimbledon champion tomorrow when she takes on Dida de Groot in the women's singles final.
Still another chance, but I mean, certainly so much for her to be proud of this week. And for Lucy Shuka, let's not forget she came in as the wild card to this tournament. So incredible to get to a final.
Yeah, it really was. And well, both players, I thought, played some exceptional tennis, particularly in that second set, and showed exactly why they were able to take down the top seeds in the semi-finals. But was experience perhaps the difference in the end, though?
I think it was. Wiley and Kimiji have played together so much at so many different tournaments, so many different levels. They know each other inside out as people, as players, and I think that just gave them that extra edge today.
And is that little Jackson?
That is Jackson, looking very excited. Hopefully now, I think he's old enough to probably remember this, isn't he?
Yeah.
He hopes. It's probably the first one he can really remember when Mummy wins.
Yeah, it's certainly got to be a great memory, isn't it? As I say, last time Jordan Wiley won these championships, it was 2017, and she had that guy in her belly.
She did, she did. What a strange thought how far we've come, but it's been lovely to see him around the championships. He seems to be really enjoying it and enjoying all the benefits of what it is to have.
So can we
Jordan as
call
your
him
mum.
a Wimbledon champion as well, technically?
Well, I think so. He certainly played a part, surely.
yeah.
Yeah, he was there. I mean, technically it was 3v2, wasn't it? So.
Oh, yeah, wonderful. So Kimiji and Wiley are the Wimbledon champions once again, and let's listen into the presentation with Barry Cowan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and runners-up of the ladies' wheelchair doubles final. On court for this presentation, please welcome Sally Ambrose and Rachel Byash, who are members of the Committee of Management of the Championships. Firstly, this year's runners-up from South Africa, Kotatso Monyana, and from Great Britain, Lucy Shuka. And now, the 2021 Wimbledon champions, their 5th Wimbledon title together, from Japan, Yui Kimiji, and from Great Britain, Jordan Wiley. Jordan, Yui, congratulations. How special is this for you, Jordan? 2017, you lost Wimbledon title. You've had a boy, Jackson, who was watching, and now you're a winner again.
Yeah, it's amazing to be back. I really missed not playing here last year. This is such a special tournament for both of us. And thank you for coming out and supporting us. I know it's difficult because there's 2 Brits and you want us both to win, so I really appreciate your support. And congratulations, Louise and... Louise, sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. Lucy and KG, really great effort to get to the final. It's amazing. And thank you, Yuri, for always being my best friend and playing with me. And thanks to my team up there. Love you guys.
And Yuri, you're such a formidable pair. That's your 17th Grand Slam doubles title. Why are you so good together?
We're just very good friends, and on the court and off the court both. And I've been here like 3 weeks, and we stayed together many years. So it's a reason why we are a very good pair. And yeah, I'm very happy. Every time I'm happy to play with her, and every time special for me to play with her.
Well, congratulations to both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the ladies' wheelchair doubles with their 5th Wimbledon title together, Yui Kamiji and Jordan Wiley.
Thank you.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Wimbledon's most juicy moments.
Is she playing Sleeping Lions?
Bet that's a racket. Somebody's had their Robinsons.
It's incredible because you get to experience it in a completely unique view. It's the best seat in the house. You get such an incredible view of the match.
It was back in 2018. We were on centre court. The doubles game was going on.
They gave me the racket first. I don't know what to do with it because I've never played tennis before. You can see in the clip, like, I'm looking around like, should I be standing here? And then the world's most competitive ball boy scored the point to end the match.
I still feel bad for Morgan a bit about how short I cut the time on court. So it was pretty special to then hear the whole crowd get up and go crazy.
Yeah. So you hear a lot of cheers as a ball kid, but that none of them are ever really for you unless you like catch a ball. The reaction it got online was immense. How many views did it have?
6 million.
6 million views on social media.
Best seats in the house, pretty much. Yeah, best seats in the house.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet.
the perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age. Her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
You're watching the Wimbledon channel on ladies singles final day. What a match it was inside centre court earlier. Ashley Barty, the Aussie #1 seed, defeating Karolina Pliskova in 3 sets, 6-3, 6-7, 6-3 to lift her second Grand Slam title and her first here at Wimbledon. It really was, Kathy, a brilliant match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and there was so much emotion from both sides of the match, particularly at the end. Ash Barty on the floor when she won in tears, and then Karolina Pliskova, who came as runner-up in the end, was also obviously upset at having lost, but very proud of herself for having got to the final, had a fantastic run. And this is what it was all about, the rose water dish that Ash Barty has won, and the first Australian, as she is now, to win that title since 1980. And it was her mentor, Australian woman that is, to have won the title since 1980. And it was her friend and mentor, Yvonne Gugon-Cawley, who had won it then, which is also another reason why there was just so much emotion involved in all of it today.
Yeah, lovely photo and so many great memories that were made by Ashley Barty and her team, as she's pains to mention all the time. She loves to say we, and it really is a team effort for her out there on centre court today. Delighted to say we're joined once again by Daniela Hantuchova to talk about the final. Daniela, there was a moment there, wasn't there, earlier on where it looked, we were a bit worried that it was going to be a very, very one-sided final. Karolina Pliskova didn't seem to be coping too well with the nerves and the size of the occasion, but thankfully, in the end, we got what was a 3-set match and a really entertaining encounter.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. As you were saying, it was so full of emotions on both ends. And Adam, you're so right. At the beginning of the match, it looked like it was going to be over in no time. And then I think that's where Karolina Pliskova can look back at the match and be very proud of herself that she managed to turn it around, because I'm sure at 4-0 down, all the memories from the Rome final where she lost 6-love, must have been going all through her mind. So she deserves a lot of credit to kind of let that go away and be able to turn it around as she did in the second set. And then, you know, Ash was the one getting more tired, because obviously being a set and a break up and knowing she was very close, suddenly she couldn't handle that. And that's what the center court at Wimbledon does to you. You know, it can be overwhelming at times, and it happened to both girls today.
Yeah, there were obviously some nervous moments for both of them when they started. Karolina Pliskova much more than Ash Barty at the start of the match, but then the second set, as you mentioned, potentially Barty got a little bit tight, didn't she? What was the turning point, do you think, for that match, for Barty to come through and win it?
I think it was huge, Carty, the beginning of the third set, when she didn't let her disappointment kind of affect her game, which I can't even imagine how she managed to do this, because this is Wimbledon final, and being set in a break up and then having to forget all of that. Tactically, she started to change it up. She started to use the slice but more of a, not a drop shot, not a deep slice, in between to try to bring Pliskova in on Ash terms. And we know that at the net, Pliskova doesn't feel as comfortable. So tactically, she was very smart at the beginning of third set, just focusing on what she has to do as far as her playing goes and kind of let the emotions go away. She got the break, and then I felt like because she was in that situation already in the second, I thought this time she's not going to let go.
On the flip side, Danny, for Pliskova, having won the second set, and we saw a couple of moments there where she was down a break, and it looked like Barty was going to win it in straight sets. In the end, she managed to win the tie-break and take it to a third. Do you think her and her team, you know, her coach, Sasha Bayin, will be frustrated that she wasn't able to win the second set and then capitalise on all the momentum she had at the start of the third? She almost let Barty back into it.
I wouldn't say she let her back into it. It was more Ash just adjusting her game plan. And that was the difference at the end, that Barty just has a little bit more in her storage, as we can call it that way. You know, she has plan B, she has plan C, where Carolina, if her A game is not working, as it was not in the first set, that's when she's in trouble. So I think it was more Barty's reaction, and that's why she's #1 in the world, that she's so smart, tactically always able to change her game plan. That's what she did at the beginning of third set. To me, maybe a more disappointing moment was when it was 5-3 in the third set, and it was 30-all as she missed that easy drive volley on the forehand side. She had the break point, and if she could have win that point, 5-4 back on serve, then it could have been a completely different story. So I would say the 5-3 game in the third set, that's where they could look at it with Sasha, Carolina, and say, okay, maybe next time I have to do a few things differently there.
We were talking to Mark Woodford a bit earlier on, Daniela. We were wondering if this potentially is the start of several Grand Slams for Ash Barty, having won this one, particularly with Wimbledon being the one title that she really wanted to have. And she even said in her interview she didn't want to say that she wanted this one that badly until recently, and then she's now won it. Do you think, having seen so many different Grand Slam champions recently, we might now see Ash Barty being able to take a few in a row or dominate for a little while?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Like we've seen in the last couple of months, we just don't know what to predict on the women's side. And I think Ash, you know, being such a smart girl, she's very aware of that. And she knows that she has the quality to be dominating our sport. That's why she's #1 in the world. And I think after that she got now the Wimbledon title, she can a little bit relax. And as long as she can stay injury-free, because that was one of the problems the last couple of months, then I don't see a reason why she can't go all the way at the US Open as well, just because of the fact that she can be dominating with the forehand. The serve has worked exceptionally well. If she can keep up with the same level for the next couple of months, then definitely I feel she can be dominating for the rest of the season.
Thanks, Danny, for now. We'll be back with you in just a second. But let's hear from the champion, Ashleigh Barty. I'm sure a range of emotions for her as she steps in for a post-match press conference.
Hi, Ash. It's Paul Newman from The Independent here. Congratulations. For a minute or two after you won, it looked like you couldn't really quite believe what had happened. I wonder, can you believe it now? And can you tell us what you're feeling?
Yeah, it was the most incredible feeling I think I've ever experienced on a tennis court, and there was certainly disbelief. I think I've worked so hard my whole career with my team and with people that mean the most to me to try and achieve my goals and my dreams, and to be able to do that today was incredible.
Craig Gabriel.
Ashley, congratulations. I mean, the nation is celebrating what you've achieved. I mean, after 41 years to have the ladies champion, can you just put those sort of feelings into words? You broke down when you mentioned Yvonne, but just give us, for all of us, give us an idea of those sort of moments.
Yeah, Australians have such a rich history in sport, and I think being able to be a very small part of that is something I always dreamt of, is to try and create a legacy and try and create a path for young girls and boys to believe in their dreams, and being able to kind of live through that and learn my lessons along the way has been some of the best parts of my journey. And I think to be able to be successful here at Wimbledon, to achieve my biggest dream has been absolutely incredible. And the stars aligned for me over the past fortnight, and incredible that it happened to fall on the 50th anniversary of Yvonne's first title here too. It was absolutely incredible.
Chris Clary.
Hi, Ash. Chris Clary, New York Times. We don't have a lot of time, so I just wanted to ask you a bit more about Yvonne. I know that was tough to talk about on the court, but I just feel like it was such a beautiful moment. Can you talk about what it means to you to sort of complete that circle?
Yeah, Yvonne is a very special person in my life. I think she has been iconic in paving a way for young Indigenous youth to believe in their dreams and to chase their dreams. And she's done exactly that for me as well. And I think being able to share that with her and share some pretty special victories now with her and be able to kind of create my own path is really incredible, really exciting. But she's just been an icon for years and years, and not just on the tennis court. Her legacy off the court is incredible. And I think if I could be half the person that Yvonne is, I'd be a very, very happy person. I think being able to have a relationship with her and talk to her through my experiences and just know that she's only ever a phone call away is really, really cool.
Josh Gabelich.
Ash, Josh Gabelich from SEN in Australia. Congratulations. Everyone back home is very, very proud. Now that you've gone all the way, can you take us inside those 25 days between the second round of the French Open and your first round match? You said after your semi-final you were touch and go. How close were you to missing this tournament, and what went into getting your body right for the starting line?
Yeah, just even chatting to my team now, once we've come off the court, they kept a lot of cards close to their chest and didn't tell me a lot of the odds, didn't tell me a lot of the, I suppose, the information that they'd got from other specialists. And there weren't too many radiologists in Australia who had seen my injury, and in a sense it was a 2-month injury, and being able to be able to play here at Wimbledon was nothing short of a miracle. And I think them not telling me that just proved how much we were against the odds. And I think now to be playing pain-free through this event was incredible. And it's funny sometimes that you can just, the stars align, you can think positively, you can plan, and sometimes the stars do align, you can chase after your dreams. But it was certainly, now chatting to them, looked a lot less likely than I felt statistically. So I think it's been an incredible month.
Eleanor.
Hi Ash, Eleanor Crooks from PA Media. Congratulations. I mean, there was a lot going on in that match. How did you sort of recompose yourself after the second set, and how much did nerves play a part out there, do you think, in the sort of up and downs we saw?
Yeah, I think that there were some up and downs, and I think there were small runs of momentum. I think there were small runs of opportunities on second serves from both of us, and I felt like we were both able to take advantage when we saw runs of second serves in a row. And I think that was the challenge today, was trying to control my service games as clean as possible. And I wasn't able to do that every time, but I felt like I was building in the right way, and it was just about going out there and backing myself and trying to execute as best as I could. And yeah, I think trying to serve out the match in the second set, I gave Kaya a look in, and she grabbed it with both hands. And I think being able to reset at the start of the third was really important, just for me to continue to just turn up each and every point. That was all I was really focusing on, was just trying to do the best that I could every given point, regardless of what the scoreline was.
Howard.
Hi, Ash. Howard Fendrich with the AP. Congratulations. I wanted to ask you about the start of the match, and maybe a little bit about what your mindset was as that run of points is accumulating. And to you, did it sort of seem like hard to believe that this is the way things are going? They went in your favor at the start? And what do you think was the key to such a great start for you?
Yeah, I think those first 3 or 4 games in particular, I felt like I felt like I had time, and I felt like I was able to control the court with my forehand a lot of the time. And it was a focus of ours today, was to try and take Kai's biggest weapon, her serve, away from her as often as we could. And that meant just making a lot of returns, trying to put pressure on her in a sense of not allowing her to get cheap points. And I felt like I did a really good job of that through the first set. And for much of the second, she found her spots like a great champion that she is. And she dug deep and found a way to claw herself back into the match. And then I felt like I was able to go back to the patterns that I wanted to more regularly, and put pressure on her throughout the entirety of the match. And I think it was always just going to be a couple of points here and there that decided it in the end.
Ben Rothenberg.
Ash, congratulations. Ben Rothenberg, New York Times. I wanted to ask about Kaya, who obviously played a really good match after a slow start, which is what you think she showed out there. Obviously, she's been talked about for a while as being one of the best players not to have won a Grand Slam title yet in her career. I'm just wondering what you thought of her and sort of how this performance, sort of shapes her legacy even in defeat.
Yeah, Kai is an exceptional competitor. I think a lot of the time I feel like she's underestimated, and she is one hell of a competitor. She wants it extremely badly, and she fights so hard for every point, and she's genuinely invested absolutely 100% in every point. And you have to bring your best and be engaged for the whole match to compete with her. And I think she's been a top 10 player for a number of weeks now. One of the most consistent on the tour over the last. I don't know how many years, 5 or 10 years. Like she's always been there, always been knocking on the door and always giving herself the opportunity. And I know that Grand Slam title for her is not far away.
Aki.
Hi. Oh, okay, sorry. Hi, congratulations. This is Aki Uchida from Smash Magazine. Also, besides Yvonne's 50 years anniversary, I think many things happened to you in this year. Like you played the center court opening match because Simona couldn't do that, and in that first round you played against Suarez Navarro, which was really emotional match. Do you think that all things happened because it's supposed to happen? Is it kind of your like a destiny or something like that?
I'm a firm believer in everything happens for a reason. The good moments and the tough moments, and I think being able to learn from both of them equally is really important as a person, and especially as an athlete, being able to understand that there are always learnings from every match, from every experience that you need to learn from. There is an opportunity for growth, and I think over the past fortnight I've had massive amounts of growth. Even the last fortnight, I think I've grown as a person, and certainly been able to use my experience as a tennis player to get me through some tough matches this week. And I felt like I was able to get better and better with each match, and trust myself more and more each and every time I stood out on the court.
Well, I'm here with Andrew Levitas, who has been enjoying tennis today in the Royal Box. How has it been for you coming to Wimbledon in such a prime position?
Absolutely fantastic. This is by far the best sporting event on earth, hands down.
So you're not from England?
No, I'm not. I'm from New York City. I've spent my life going to the US Open. I've been living in London for the last 10 years, and I've been here every year for the last 8 or 9. And this is just special. There's nothing like it anywhere.
Yeah, so you're a regular. And what makes Wimbledon Wimbledon for you?
I think the focus is on the tennis, and it's a club run by tennis players. It's a different thing, and I think the joy that people have and the real passion for tennis is on display here. Not to mention everyone looks gorgeous, the grounds are gorgeous, the grass is gorgeous, and the weather is gorgeous a lot of the time.
And to see the women's final, like you just did, I know in a rainy, soggy old weather, but what a sensational match that was.
Fantastic, and quite emotional to see somebody's dreams come true in that way. Just fantastic, just amazing.
And especially when they went to a tie break. What was the sensation like inside?
Well, everyone was really, the thing about this place is everyone roots for the underdog. And it's really kind of great. Everyone sort of lifts up the person that's behind and pushes them and wills them forward, and then when they kind of catch up, it's all bets are off.
And you are here with your lovely wife, Catherine Jenkins, so are you both quite avid tennis fans?
We love it. We love it. I play a bit more than she does, but we love to watch together and enjoy it, yeah.
Okay, so any comment on tomorrow for the men's final?
Well, I don't want to make a prediction because I've been pretty unlucky the last 5 finals in a row. I've gotten it wrong, so I'm not going to say anything.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that. All right, thank you so much, Andrew.
Sure,
and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Special day for everybody who gets to come here at Wimbledon, especially if you're sat in the Royal Box. Now, Ashley Barty has still here on the grounds at SW19.
It's going to be a long day for her, I think.
There's a lot to do after you've won a Wimbledon title, but all of these photo opportunities, interviews, are greeted with the same smile from Ash Barty. She really is a superstar, holding that famous rosewater dish aloft as she prepares, I suppose, in the next few minutes to get a chance to perhaps head back to the hotel and just relax and calm down and realise what she's achieved today.
Yep, it has been a very, very special day for her. This is the view at the All England Club at the moment. People on the hill watching the doubles matches that are taking place on centre court, and it's a very big complex here. The All England Club, all of the courts around the outside of the ground you can see there, but as you may well know, they are always expanding, always thinking about the next thing that they can do. Sustainability is a big part of what they are trying to achieve at the moment. By 2030, they want to be carbon net zero. That's one of their big plans, and involved in that is their Wimbledon Park project, and they're going to be expanding a bit further across the road, taking over a golf club and some other areas in order to have 39 tennis courts in a few years' time. It will be a big project that they're undertaking, and we can find out more about it, the Wimbledon Park project, if you watch this.
For a long time now, the All England Club has understood that we need to start considering bringing the qualifying event into or very close to our main grounds, and many years ago we purchased the freehold to this golf course with that in mind. As a project, it's very critical for our future, because that competition with other Grand Slam events where they hold their qualifying event on their sites or very close to their sites, we need to be able to do the same thing. We also need to be able to bring players here and give them the greatest opportunity. On top of that, we want to improve our guest experience for all the guests who visit the championships. K. Percy Brown was a very famous English landscape architect in the 18th century, and he designed and developed and constructed this entire park, which in those days was significantly larger than it is now. This lake here was also created entirely by him. Previously it was just big open fields, and he dammed up the brooks. Those ideas are ones that we want to reuse, so we're going to be opening up more of the space around the grounds, more in keeping with the way in which he originally created the park, putting in clumps of trees rather than fairways, and restoring some of the lake edge to the same shape as it originally was. It'll be 39 courts altogether. The 38 outdoor courts are all to do with holding the qualifying tournament here, but also bringing some more courts onto site so we can hold main draw practice, and players get to be able to practice on a full-size court rather than half a court they do at the moment. The 39th court is the new Parklet Show Court, an important development for our future, matching some of the other Grand Slams where they have larger third courts with a moving roof. One of our aims is to be a good steward of the park and give back to the local community. So we have now put into our proposals opening up 23 acres of the south of the site to be a publicly accessible park. Sensitive construction is always difficult, and we have added issues around sensitive to the natural environment that we're in, as much as we have to be sensitive to the vast resident population we have immediately around the site. It is a large site, so we won't be working in all the spaces at once, and we will have a very carefully constructed programme of works which allows us to deal with areas in a sensitive fashion, maybe even bringing and working off-site to construct elements of buildings so that they arrive and there are a minimum amount of disruption when they're on site. That is definitely a desire of the All England Club, matched with our also desire to be a world-class venue.
Has just realised the camera is pointing straight at her.
Oh, have you ever seen quick hands quite that quick?
in! Can you believe it? The crowd really appreciating this point on court one.
Stand-up paddle boards. Oh, somebody's living dangerously on the left there.
Confident, I like it.
There's a whole lot of Djokovic for you.
Yeah, the cameras are always watching here at the Championships. That's the scene above the famous centre court. Some slightly greyer clouds than we've seen throughout the day, but there's not been any rain. Remember that ladies' singles final was able to be played without a roof, and that is the picture on the side of Henman Hill. Fans there still enjoying the action on the big screen on the side of Court 1. Time for us now to turn our attention to tomorrow's big match, the men's singles final between Novak Djokovic and Matteo Berrettini. Daniela Hanzikova is still with us here on the Wimbledon channel. Daniela, clearly Novak comes into this the overwhelming favourite, and nothing we've seen from him so far here at Wimbledon has really changed our view of that. But from Berrettini's perspective, what's he got to do really, really well tomorrow if he's going to have any chance against a supreme champion like Novak Djokovic?
Well, first of all, to serve well. Without that, I don't think he can have any other solution. So first serve percentage, and then be really aggressive on the returns as well. Try to put the strike in on the first two shots. He can do that because he's got all the power in the world. He's got confidence as well. And one thing we don't mention enough with Matteo is how well he moves for such a tall guy. He's got to use that slice backhand as well that he's improved so much. And any opportunity he has, try to come in. I would say more to Novak's forehand than the backhand side, because you know what a passing shots he can make on the backhand run. So he's got to be very specific when he comes in that he's decisive, but I think he should be looking at being at the net as much as possible.
There's a bit of similarity, isn't there, to the women's final in that it's one of the best servers in the game playing against one of the best returners in the game. A similar dynamic to Pliskova and Barty here with Berrettini and Djokovic. Is there anything that Berrettini can take from seeing how Denis Shapovalov just in each set was really testing Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals that he can use in the final now to try and maybe take a set or two or three even off Novak Djokovic?
Yeah, absolutely, Carty. That's a great point. That it is possible to have close sets with Novak. At least that's a good sign. At least something to find the confidence based on. And the thing is that I feel like Matteo has even more power and better serve than Denis at the moment. So I think he would be looking at that match big time, especially his coach as well, to come up with the right tactic to see what Denis was doing so well. Obviously, being lefty, he was starting the points in a different way. But it also showed that, Novak is human. He's going to get tight because there is so much on the line for him. We all know how much he wants the title. So I wouldn't be surprised if Novak at some point during the match, he might get a little bit mentally weaker. And that's where Matteo's got to be ready to take those chances.
Danny, I'm sure there was times in your career where you had a match and you were coming up against a player who was, perhaps Serena Williams, I suppose, coming up against a player who was dominant at the time, and it would have been a big upset for you to be able to go out there and win it. And I'm sure there was times when you did that and you were able to fashion an upset. But what was it before the match that you tried to focus on with your team when you were preparing to go out there against a great champion?
That's a good question, Adam. I would say just focusing on playing the ball, not the opponent, because when you play against someone that's such an overwhelming favorite, if you think about the name and everything Novak has done in the history of our sport, then Novak has no chance. So it's literally just playing the ball, not focusing whether it was Serena or Lindsay Davenport that I struggled with as well, and just kind of forgetting all the matches I played against in the past. And believing that my quality was good enough on the day, that I tried not to do something outside of my comfort zone, because I think that's what most of the players try to do against, the champions like Novak, Roger, or Rafa, that they try to hit shots that they are normally not used to, and that's where they start to make mistakes. So I think the number one thing for Matteo is to have the belief that his shots and his quality and the way he's been playing, it's going to be good enough. Then if it's not, that's another thing. They can look at it with the coach after the match, but not try to now suddenly come up with shots that he's not used to hitting, or try to, impress the crowds, because that's another thing that can happen in the finals. The Royal Box members are watching, and sometimes you want to be too fancy. So just really to stay within his own comfort zone.
Danny, while you're talking, we're seeing pictures of Novak Djokovic doing some quite extraordinary stretching. I know you know him very well. He's very committed to yoga and to Pilates and stretching. And can you just talk a bit about some of the off-court commitments that he has to his physical abilities? Because he is incredibly flexible, as we've just seen from some of the poses that he's doing. And this is all part of making him a particularly good tennis player, and I know he has been putting memes up of some of his stretches during matches on his social media over the last couple of weeks. But what does he do away from tennis in order to keep his body in this kind of condition?
Yeah, it's a combination of few things, Carty. And I know sometimes we think he's professional about it, but this is exactly the reason why he's 34 and he looks fresher and younger on the court than ever, is because he puts all the puzzles together, and he is so committed and focused on starting with the nutrition to we can see here, making all the right stretches, and he's very flexible naturally. And then of course putting the hours in the gym and on the track in Monaco. But I think also the fact that, he used to be a skier when he was young, so his legs got naturally strong from that as well. So it's almost like combining a skier with a gymnast. And he's a great example that I think he also says it many times, that it's so important for the young kids out there, no matter what their specific sport is, to do other sports. So it gives them like a bigger base physically, so that they can benefit from that later on in their career.
Yeah, certainly no stone left unturned when it comes to Novak Djokovic in that quest to become the greatest champion of all time. Let's remind ourselves of how he got to the Wimbledon final, his semi-final victory over Denis Shapovalov on centre court.
Brilliant from Shapovalov. He takes it, forehand, backhand, wearing down Djokovic, and Shapovalov has the early breakthrough.
And there wasn't really much Djokovic could have done until now.
Lovely touch coming forward from Shapovalov. And it's long again. A challenge coming from Shapovalov. And I think he has lost this one. We shall see. Oh, what a game. It is long. And for all the brilliance so far from Shapovalov, it's the big points, the big moments that matter. 1-2 will do it. Poor time for the first double fault from Shapovalov. There was brilliance in there from the youngster, but Djokovic rides out the Shapovalov storm and takes the first set. Oh, what a smash. That was a high-quality point to get us going in this second set. said to himself in that break.
30 love.
It has worked. And there's his rhythm again. Djokovic in the right place at the right time with the right touch. Well, if ever the difference between these two players was more clearly demonstrated than that.
Djokovic wants this point as well. If this is in, Djokovic is saying that the call came after Shapovalov had hit the return.
And it is in.
And second set.
And there we are. Now Shapovalov chatting away to the umpire, but the second set has gone to Djokovic.
30 minutes before my shot, man. 30 minutes before my shot. What are you doing? How can you call that on set point? Are you joking?
That's something special. Once more, Djokovic is brisk and efficient on his own serve. Takes it now, Djokovic, and now he hollows to the stands, and the end is coming, you feel, for Shapovalov. Djokovic closing in 3 match points. Ruthless at the end.
3 sets to love. 7-6, 7-5, 7-5.
The clinical champion, Djokovic. And he may be the champion again. He'll get his chance. And Shapovalov, how much he has given, how much he has shown for the future. But this man is the present. And now they respond to him. And there is love for him here. There is certainly admiration. Who can possibly stop him? There is only one left to try.
Thank you.
What would it mean to you this weekend if you win a 6th Wimbledon final and, of course, level with Roger and Rafa on slam number 20?
Well, it would mean everything, and that's why I'm here. It's why I'm playing, and I imagine myself being in a position to fight for another Grand Slam trophy prior to coming to London, and I put myself in a very good position. So anything is possible in the finals. Obviously, experience is on my side, but Berrettini has been winning a lot of matches on grass courts this year, winning Queens. He's in great form. He's serving big, playing big. So it's going to be a very tough match, I think, for both of us. But I'm looking forward to a great battle.
Mike McIntyre.
Mike McIntyre, Match Point Canada. Novak, what can you say about what you saw from Dennis today? And you've won 7 times against him now at the professional level. What evolution have you seen in his game from the first match to this one today?
Well, I never lost to him, but last 3-4 matches that we played against each other were very, very close. Today again, 3 very tight sets. He was a better player, I think, for the first couple of sets. He was serving for first set. He was better for most of the second set. Had a lot of opportunities and just didn't manage to close it out when he needed to. In the important moments, I think I probably held my nerves better than he did, and just played, make him play an extra shot and make him do an unforced error, which was the case. And it's tough to place Dennis, because particularly on grass and on quicker surfaces with a lefty serve that he's got, he can hit any spot. I think he's one of the best serves on the tour, without a doubt. When he's feeling that serve, it's a weapon on any surface against anyone. And I think he has matured, as a player. I feel like he's just probably taking down the number of the unforced errors comparing to maybe last year. I feel like he's always been a very aggressive player, trying to make winners come to the net, dictate the play from the back of the court. So, but I feel like now he's probably a bit more patient in his game, so he's understanding how to construct the point. But unfortunately for him, that was maybe lacking in important moments, and I just managed to force him to do an error and just play the right shots at the right time.
A really gracious answer from Novak Djokovic being asked about his opponent last night, Denis Shapovalov, who really pushed him to 3 tight sets. But it is Novak Djokovic who is through to the Wimbledon final. Daniela, do you see any way really of Matteo Berrettini being able to push him and come out as the new Wimbledon champion, or do you think it's just likely that it's going to be Novak Djokovic for a 3rd Wimbledon in a row?
No, I definitely think Matteo can push him just because of the strength, the power he's got in his game, and he's got the belief now as well. It's a different Matteo than the last time they played in Roland Garros, because we must not forget he has won that Queen's tournament, and whoever does it every single year, all the players are watching the tournament because they know how strong that field always is. So I think Novak is aware of that big time, and also I think everyone remembers that reaction when Novak won against Matteo in Paris, how much it meant to him and how close and difficult that match was. So I think Matteo definitely knows he has his chances, just like Denis had in the semifinals. The scary thing is, though, that Novak says, well, I feel like Shapovalov was the better player, and yet he finds a way how to win in straight sets. And as he said there towards the end of the answer, that it's about playing the points better, and that's what they've been doing so well the last couple of months and years, really, that when it really matters and we feel like his opponents are going to have a chance in this set, then suddenly Novak just raises it to another level.
Danny, as always, thanks so much for your analysis here on the Wimbledon channel. Enjoy the men's singles final tomorrow between Novak Djokovic and Matteo Berrettini. We've got that to look forward to, but today is all about one lady, Ashleigh Barty. What a brilliant performance from her on centre court. It was a match that ebbed and flowed. It looked like it was going to go one way, and that was going to be Barty winning convincingly, but then Karolina Pliskova was able to make a match of it. But in the end, the Aussie was just slightly too strong, wasn't she?
Yeah, a first Wimbledon title for Ash Barty, and it was a fantastic final. It's really good that it went to 3 sets. I think it showcased both of them very well, and Karolina Pliskova really pushing Barty to the end. But as we've been saying, it is lovely also for Ash Barty that it is 50 years since Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley won the title, her first Wimbledon title. Ash Barty, a first Wimbledon title for her this year. She is already a French Open title, French Open champion. She won that in 2019, and now in 2021, Ash Barty is the Wimbledon champion. We will have the men's final, and we'll find out if it's going to be Novak Djokovic or Matteo Berrettini, who is the men's champion. But Ash Barty is the current Wimbledon champion.
New balls, please. The Matteo Berrettini, lead by 7-6, final set.
didn't do.